Now that we've had that incredibly informative conversation to our stream, we can play our game.
Yes, we can.
So,
Let's play the game.
Hi guys, it's Tuesday. At least I think it is. That's what all my alarms are telling me it is, and that's why everyone's in the room at the same time. Otherwise, this is a huge coincidence. Which means it's Moonrise Day. Also, yesterday was a full moon. Super cool.
Yes.
It must be Invisibility Day.
My wife and I got to go down to a pier yesterday and go look at it. It was super pretty.
Buck at the moon.
Nice.
Yeah. So that's that. Yeah. Moonrise. We're playing. So someone tell me what happened last week. Last time we played. Doesn't matter. What happened last time?
I can go.
All right. Okay, you go.
I was not prepared for that. Hold on. It threw me off my rhythm. So let's see, last week we finish up our fight with the terrible, well, we don't finish it up. We land in the aftermath of our fight with the terrible Grave Titan. We see to rest as best we can Kalina, who is now mulch. Not even mulch that you can grow things out of, just mulch. And we head back into town, where we meet two Shalseer who had come to deal with the problem of the dragon. We tell them everything, honestly, mostly, except for anything about the werewolves, which we try to make a case for, but also don't. Take a nap, head out early the next morning, and as we're about 2 hours out from town, we see that the Shalseer have literally flown in the reinforcements by tearing rifts in the sky through which copper dragons flew out of with reinforcements attached to. So we're walking, I'd imagine, a little bit faster away from that as we carry on our journey.
Anybody else have anything to add?
The silence is...
We're gonna just kind of gloss over real fast that a bunch of portals with actual dragons flew down into the town.
No, I mentioned that.
As we walk. Okay.
Yeah,
No,
those
it was
are
there.
the dragoon.
The biggest important piece to me.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
put that in there.
And the group is currently heading towards Stronghold.
Stenholm.
Stenholm. It's
Which-
okay.
It's right
Maybe
there.
there's some strong arms there.
There might be.
One can assume.
And that's where we be.
I guess I don't remember if it was covered last week, but I'm going to say it anyway. Nikolai might be leaving the party once we get to Stenholm. So that's been hanging over us.
Yeah, it hasn't really been talked about in character yet.
Yeah.
I suppose it's going to come up at some point.
I
Or
thought it did.
shadowing.
Yeah.
It was.
Oh, no, there was a conversation of, hey, this may happen. Prepare yourselves. I'll help you if I do leave. There's that.
Okie doke. That was just one thing in the back of my head.
Okay. Well, that sounds about it. Gwen, take your third point of inspiration.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And that leaves us with the party heading on a road southward towards Stenholm. After having left behind many uncertain things. And as I've done with my Friday game, the Convergence campaign, for your travel towards Stenholm, I figured I would give you guys a little bit more control over what you may or may not see. So allow me to explain what we now have before you on our homepage. On the right is something I've been referring to as an adventure roadmap. There are 4 different icons on it, and 2 different branches with a couple of offshoots that lead into other branches. Trees are exploration based. The people are social encounters, but could still potentially lead into a combat. The evil, ice slanty, fiery boys are monsters, and might not lead to combat, but are kind of the opposite of social encounters. It's like 70%. It could be 70% chance of combat, 30% chance of some sort of skill challenge or something to avoid the combat. And the fires are long rests, and typically result are the end of a day. Either branch, the left or right branch, has its own individual story arc written into it. So if you start from one side and work your way all the way up, you'll see it from start to finish, the story arc and how it plays out. However, there are options for you to cross over and hop into a different story, the right branch's story, and come in the middle of that story and not see the end of the resolution to the other branch. So that is a consideration to make when looking at the forks. That being said, on the forks, you cannot descend, you can only ascend. So no going down, only going up. I'm not going to tell you what the stories are. That is going to be for you to find out based off of which ones you pick. The token, this little ringy boy here, all of you can move. This is more or less just used to indicate where you guys are on the branching paths, so we can just kind of keep track of stuff. This way you guys can kind of figure out and see the likeliness of scenarios you guys get to participate in. And decide for yourselves how best to prepare for any given day. This is useful, especially for instance, for Kenna, a prepared spellcaster. If Kenna sees you've got, on the next leg, 2 exploration and 1 monster encounter, you can prepare spells a little bit better. Some of this is a tiny bit meta, but that's okay. It's not completely out of the blue, and this is just so that we have a very clear-cut end goal to getting to where you're going. There always won't be these for overland travel, but for the most part, when I feel like it's simple enough, you'll probably end up seeing one of these at some point or another.
My vote's for the right side.
Okay, but are there any questions?
No, very.
Nope. Did you use
well
Illustrate?
thought out.
Yes, I used Illustrate.
Nice.
I made all these icons.
They're very nice.
Pretty cool. What's the difference between small campfire and large campfire?
There is the large campfire is just the end of that leg, the one at the very top.
Okay.
It's just the end of it. Yeah. So
Okay.
this is the track. This is the trek to Stenholm. It's the first leg of 3 legs.
Yeah, boy.
Okay.
On the
I guess
road
that'd be-
again.
Yeah.
I guess
There it
that's
is.
answered by the small campfires being a long rest, but roughly how long do you think each of these legs should take? 2 days? A day?
Well, if each
Well-
campfire is a long rest.
Yeah.
then-
Each campfire is a long rest. This is 3 days. By the end of this, it'll be about 3 days.
How long
Take me
are
home
To Stenholm,
How-
it's
to
It's-
Stenholm.
yeah, it's about
3 legs.
7. It's about 7 to 8. Yeah, it's about 7 to 8 days.
Yeah.
Since you guys aren't on horseback, actually, I guess
It's
it's
about
probably
9
it's closer.
days.
Yeah, it's closer to about 10. If you guys were all on horseback, it'd be close to 6 or 7.
Yeah.
Because that's about what
Because
it took
we made
Krista to get home.
about how long are these encounters designed to be? How many should we be
Uh,
able to get through in a session?
They vary.
Meta.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, no, but
That
I can't even give you an exact. They all vary.
Okay.
One of these might take 2 hours. One of these might take 4 hours.
Reap the consequences of our decisions.
But the easiest
Okay.
way to sort of figure it out is that when you look at the fact that there are between 3 and 4 encounters between a long rest, or 2 to 3 encounters between a long rest, it has to fill in that day's time. So anytime that it doesn't get used, you just get the generic, you spend this X amount of time traveling
Gotcha.
with nothing intervening.
All right.
now, if you guys would like to deliberate which path you would like to choose, you may.
Let's go to the right.
I agree with the right.
Yeah.
I'm right-handed, so I always like to go right.
Say left, but I guess we need like a social encounter and a bit of combat practice right off the bat. So, you know.
Right is always right.
I have to ask, considering almost everyone jumped on board with the right path, is there any particular reason why?
Because we spent 26 sessions exploring.
Alone.
We need to see people.
And nobody
heard
likes
my-
it but me, so the right.
Well,
Also, there's more encounters on the right-hand side.
Hmm.
By one, it switches an exploration for a combat. Everything else is the same.
Yeah, just in a different order.
I mean, and with us, exploration could turn into combat. You know.
Or
Yeah,
a
just
death,
like that.
or just
Yeah.
a natural death by frozen water. You know,
Yeah,
so
you
let's
can
try
just
and avoid exploring.
Fight that
and-
tree.
You know,
only
social encounter
concerned
could also
about
turn into combat.
Mars.
And let's just all be sneaky boys and things.
But there's
you can
only
never
one.
go wrong if you go right.
Onward, then.
Okay, the right path it is.
Trust me, Dyer, I would love to go left, but that wouldn't turn out well for anybody.
No, it's fine. Well, like I said, there are two completely different story arcs. And you guys can choose to hop, just take a little zip on past if you decide maybe you don't like what you see in the first two encounters. All right, so you guys are going right. You travel away from the now Shalseer infested dire yacht, heading towards Stenholm, and Nikolai of all people knows this is going to be a bit of a travel, especially since there aren't all horses available to everyone. The weather is fair enough, although you are still in the you're still neck deep in winter, so keeping warm is important. But you have a road to follow. It's well maintained, and it seems as if things are going to be all right. You spend this first leg traveling for about 2 hours. 2 hours past the point you were already at. So you're 4 hours away from the previous town. It is when you come across a group of guardsmen wearing the livery of Stenholm. You see that there are 3 guardsmen, 2 of which are on their horses, the third of which is slumped over on his horse in such a way that you can tell one of the other guards is kind of guiding the horse along, trying to keep the rider on the back of the horse. And they're kind of riding down the track at as quick as a pace as seems reasonable, heading directly at you.
Do these look like legit Stenholm guards? Like their armor and arms, does that look like it's all standard issue based on what I've seen traveling?
Well, make a history check.
Give me 1 second to go get my dice.
Wow.
Anyone else
Part
want to
of
do
the-
anything?
So,
Yes.
Yeah, I would say the same.
Sure.
I want to pull Nikolai to the side real quick.
So- Okay.
Kind of like we'll kind of walk up to Nikolai and like tug on his elbow. I guess it would be more like tugging on his shoulder.
Yep.
I'd have to
Well,
like
no,
kneel
he's on
down
the
to
horse.
tug on your elbow.
He's
Oh,
on
you're
the
on the horse. Okay, so I'll
He's
tug
on
on your
his
shoulder
horse.
or your elbow. I'll tug on your elbow.
Yes.
14.
Yes.
First, how far away are we?
They're kind of cresting a hill that you guys are about to start
Okay.
ascending. They're about 150 solar feet away.
Okay.
But you could
I'm just
recognize
gonna-
the tabards and the colors. It's very obvious. To those of you that are
To me, it's
familiar,
not.
to those of you that are familiar with the guards of
You took
this
disadvantage
duchy,
into account, right?
you
Alan?
are familiar with, like Nikolai would be familiar. Gwyn is probably not maybe as familiar, clearly, because son of Duke.
Yeah.
But traveled through the duchy. So yeah.
I would hope Nikolai would be familiar. Yes.
When you searched through the town, did you find a diamond?
No. The the town was pretty barren, and things like that. At least not one. I don't remember finding one. If I did, it wouldn't even be enough for what you desire.
Okay. Well, if these three don't mean us harm, I think I might try to see if I can help the one on the horse.
Well, they seem like guards of Stunholm. I may know them.
She'll just kind of like motion for you to like in the horse to keep going.
Yep. Trotting.
That was a 14, Gwen, and a 19 from Nikolai. In terms of their gear, both you and Nikolai come to the same conclusions. The colors are right. The shields, the banded shields, the long swords, and the bows and arrows that are attached to the horses, all seem to be stock standard. Nothing seems out of the ordinary at this distance. Just glancing at them, you're like, oh no, those are guardsmen of this duchy, all right.
Do I smell anything else on the wind? Like anyone else in the trees? Does he actually smell like he's been injured? The one who slumped over?
Well, let's find out what direction the wind is blowing first. It is favorable for this particular condition, but since you've already spent your time doing your history check, I'm just going to rely on your passive perception, which, good news for you, is very good. You do smell a hint of something metallic in the air, which is familiar to you as the scent of blood.
Okay. Have they seen us?
You guys are on the road. It's only fair to assume that they've seen.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing? Like I said, they're on horseback. They're moving and they're moving quickly. They'll be on you in seconds.
To call out to them. Hail! What have you?
Or what have you, of course.
Under my breath. However people say hi to each other around here.
Yeah, they rush by not having heard you. I'm kidding. So yeah, they arrive very quickly. When they get within range, you see them slow down, not at a distance that is the usual reining in you'd expect of horseback soldiers to speak to someone. They get just about either just like to the group so they can start preparing to move by hastily when they finally slow down.
Do you need help? Sorry.
We have wounded. We're trying to get to Dyrok so we can have him taken care of.
I might be able to lend his. Don't ask me to talk today. I might be able to lend a hand. How grave are his injuries?
They're pretty severe. We were ambushed not too far down the road.
I look back at Kenna. Gotta lend me a hand.
I did not know I was muted. Awkward. I can if it's needed.
May I look at him? To the guards.
If you have any actual ability, absolutely.
I'm a physician. I'm going to inspect his injuries. On horseback.
Medicine check.
Medicine. I have a good bonus to this.
You also have disadvantage still, yeah? Because
I don't know, do I?
You had 2 exhaustion like me, right?
Yeah, so you do have disadvantage.
18 and a 17.
Nice.
For a
Damn.
total of 6 plus 17.
So that's a lot. All right.
Yeah.
23. Yeah. All right, Gren. You get up to the horse. You can tell that along the neck of it, before you even get to the soldier, along the neck of the horse, you can see there are blood stains. When you kind of lift him up, he grunts in pain as you see the part of his helmet that was resting against the horse is partially crushed inward.
Mm-hmm.
and you can tell he's bleeding from his nose and one of his ears. And just at a glance and some prodding, his left arm appears to be broken in several places. The rest of his injuries are pretty hard to sort of surmise, but again, gentle prodding in certain areas, just palm touching near the ribs and the chest, that get you grunts of pain. You also suspect that there are several broken ribs. Whatever hit him, it was basically like he got hit by a runaway like cart.
Yeah. That helmet, does it look like it can be safely removed from his head?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
The helmet looks like it did its job. It doesn't look like it's bent inward in such a way that it's stuck.
Alright. Get him down. I can do something for this. At least stop the bleeding.
The soldier who's not guiding the horse dismounts and helps you lower the guard to the ground.
While they're dismounting, you said you were ambushed. Roughly how far back and by who?
The guardsman on the horse, who is now tending to the two empty horses, just kind of looks over, has a moment where he goes, "Well, down the road was not too far, maybe a couple," and he goes, "Oh, Lord Overguard, sorry for not recognizing you sooner." One of the guards has a moment where he peeks up and then immediately turns his attention back to his friend.
I'm not important in this moment. He is, and he'll indicate to the guards.
We were on our way here to find you specifically. Your sister sent us to escort you back some time ago. We were on the road several minutes, and he stops. About a half a bell ago, we were ambushed on the road by these undead creatures. Rather, I think they were undead. They had rotting flesh, bone protrusions. They were very strong. They ambushed us and overpowered two of the other guardsmen. We're the ones that survived.
You said protrusions?
Spiky, yeah, bone-like.
Red.
Bone-like, white. Will you shut up and heal my friend?
Fair.
I wrote something to Hargy, but he can't hear it. Gwen would call Kenna over. And I'm screaming, but he can't hear me. If Gwen would call Kenna over, and she would just say, "If we work together, we can save some energy on this for later if needed." Basically, help me heal this person so I don't have to spend all my spell slots.
Alright, let me see what I can do for him.
And I'm gonna bust 15 15 lay on hands on this man.
Okay.
While this is happening, Lars would approach one of the guardsmen and say, "Do you have any anything from the people who attacked you, or things that attacked you, like weapons or like tufts of hair or blood or anything like that?"
He draws his the one mounted guard still draws his sword, and he'll show you the edge of the blade, which is caked in blood.
"May I take that from you?"
He lowers it as best as he can so you can grab the hilt.
He grabs it and whistles Portia over, and like Greyhound style, let's see if Portia can give us a heads up if we run into anything in the future. And he'll give the sword back to the after like sort of obediently saying like, "Portia, remember this smell. We need to know if anything will attack us in future."
Yep. Have her make a perception check for me.
Porsche perception. I shall roll and add her modifier.
+4.
That's a total of 6.
Did you roll with advantage?
Yikes.
No, but I will
should.
now.
Hearing and smell.
It didn't matter. It was a natural 1.
Oof. Okay, so 6. So there's very good reason as to why Push does not like the scent on the blade. And it is not that it isn't blood, it is that even when the sword's been exchanged to, there's something off in the air. And then when you bring it closer to Push, while she's obedient and listens, you can tell immediately her ears turn back and she sniffs and then retracts as quickly as she can. It seems it smells very, very unpleasant.
Lars quickly pulls it away and sort of like looks at Posh, like scanning what she's doing, and from that, like hands the blade back to the guy and go, whatever it is, it scares all natural life, I suppose.
As it should.
Do I get a hint of that smell at all?
Yeah, you can
Just
both you and Nikolai can.
Anything familiar?
Mm,
Sorry.
it's gross. It's like fetid blood. It's just
Ugh.
it smells like very old rotting blood.
Have we smelt it? Have we smelt this before?
No, you haven't.
No. Okay.
Not even with the blood crystal?
No, the blood crystals monsters never smelled like undead flesh.
Good to know.
They
want
smelled
to-
like recently butchered carcasses.
Regard
Fresh.
the guard and ask him, were they giving chase or traveling, or did they just lie in wait?
They were quick. They emerged from the ground. That's why we didn't see them in time. They were fast on their feet, but they were not faster than the horses. And unfortunately, the other guards that were with us, after we knew we couldn't save them, were distraction enough for us to be able to retreat.
Think they just stayed with the other guards they got, or do you think they tried to give chase afterwards?
I don't know. I don't know what they are. I have no idea how they're going to act. They pursued us for a very short while, but upon realizing they'd never catch us, they stopped.
I see.
Waiting for Gwen to heal, Kenna will look to Edelweiss. Have you fought undead before?
Not really, no. I don't have that much experience, unless we call. I.
Curious. Did they look? And like, Kenna's gonna put a hand on Gwen's like back, waiting for her to like finish inspecting what her healing has done, and then it'll just ask, "How large were they?"
Humanoid size.
Okay.
They varied in heights between what you'd expect an average human and perhaps a small orc to look like.
Fair enough.
Did it seem like they had a leader or were being led, like a figure in the back anywhere, or was it the little?
No, it was the swarm
15.
ambush. It's like watching wolves
Okay.
hunt.
So there were how many? Again?
Swarm.
We didn't get a great count. At least 10.
Out here.
How much healing have I been able to do? How much
Well,
ground
so-
have I been able to cover?
with 15 points, because he has no obvious open wounds.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no easy way to tell how effective some of the healing has been. There's no fresh blood coming from the nose or ear. That's a good sign. You can check his eyes to see how they're looking. You can check his pulse. The swelling in his head likewise, which has gone down a bit. You're getting a lot of positive signs.
Okay.
Which comes from the fact that you did a very good job of analyzing him originally. If you wouldn't have rolled so well in the medicine check, you might have been a little over eager with the lay on hands and maybe caused something to heal too rapidly in one spot and maybe could have caused like a brain aneurysm.
Okay.
But he seems like he's doing better. He's still in rough shape. This man is not going to be in fighting condition anytime soon.
Yeah. So she's taken off that helmet and she's sort of gotten to like, with internal bleeding a lot, you don't see it unless it's bruising on the skin. So she's probably gotten some of his armor off to like see more of those areas he did not like it when I touched.
Is he laying on the ground, Dyer?
Yes, he is on the ground.
Okay.
When you get him dismounted completely and have doffed the chainmail underneath the tabard, you see on the whole left side of his body, encompassing probably about a good 50 to 60% of his abdomen, are just huge bruise marks where it looks like he's been punched repeatedly by something very, very strong.
What did this?
The creatures.
He was bludgeoned.
Damn.
They use curled fists like you'd see gorillas and just pummeled people to death until they started becoming mush.
Hard way to go.
He looks stable anyway.
Incredibly strong. Oh, wait.
Dude.
You were going to tire shaft. You realized the Shalseer have also arrived there, yes, or?
We knew they were on the way. We didn't know they were there yet.
They have, but the town is no more. No one's left.
The one guard just sort of looks at Nikolai, the person who should be the greatest authority on this. Like,
Yes,
is that true?
Yeah, he'll nod with a definite, like, the word has vacated my mind.
Authority.
Like solemn, I guess. A solemn look. He'll nod and go, yes, there was an attack. From what we could see, it was brutal. Right now, I'm heading
Whole
back.
town.
The whole town.
Now, if there are any survivors, we haven't found them.
But they're only 2 hours down the road, and the Shalseer helped us before we left, so I'm pretty sure they'll be able to help your friend.
Or they have already moved on as they were going to. Some of tavern's in good shape, though. It's a fine place to rest if you need.
You said you were...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Is the injured guy still unconscious?
Yes.
Or has he had any signs of conscious? Any eyelid flickering or like moving underneath the eyelids for his eyes or?
Also, yes.
Okay. Has his breathing changed dramatically? Or do you want me to? So
Yeah.
Kenna's after Gwen kind of does her healing and does like a look over to make sure. Kenna will also just kind of kneel down next to the man on both knees and just kind of like, puts Pyre to the side, and then we'll kind of like slowly slide her hand from like belly button up to chest.
Mhm.
And I'm just trying to feel his breathing.
Make me a medicine check.
I rolled a 17, and I have some absurd +7, so
Okay.
24.
All right, medicine people.
I have two stats that are really good, but two abilities.
Yeah. All right. You can sort of identify. So other than the fact that he's heavily bruised, so there's a couple of slight points where there are muscular twitches where your hand runs over. His breathing, in comparison to when he was first originally pulled down, has slowed a bit, where it was quite rapid and laborious before.
Mm-hmm. may I expand on this, sir?
Yes.
Story-wise? Okay. So, Kenna automatically is going to start thinking that there was lung issues. Because if you're gasping for air, you breathe, or if you can't get enough oxygen, you breathe quickly, like shallow but quickly.
Mm-hmm.
If it slows down, then hopefully, if there was a punctured lung or maybe compressed or something like that, that's kind of fixed. But she knows from when people have taken tumbles off of rocky crags, and hit the bottom or fallen out of trees, is that if they stay unconscious for too long, they may not wake up. And she is going to kind of focus on where the other organs are, and is really going to try and just see if she can get him, is it a him, first of all?
Yes, all three of these guards are males.
Okay. Get his eyes to open. Some kind, even if it's half, even if it's like a state when someone's got a concussion, right? Where they won't stay awake, but they'll come in and out, is what her goal is. So while kneeling, I'm going to go ahead and cast Healing Spirit.
Okay.
And this one, because they're so close in proximity, is going to just gonna kind of lift her hand up from the middle of his torso. And between the torso and her hand is going to flick to life what looks almost like a translucent flame. Is going to flick to life, and then it's going to have two little eyes. This flame's only going to be maybe 2 feet, 2-3 feet, probably 3 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And it has two little eyes, obviously no other features, and is going to kind of look around, look down, and then I'm going to slowly kind of just push my hand down, and as I push my hand through the spirit, it will just kind of absorb and dissipate into him.
Mm-hmm.
So I can do 5 healings over the course of technically a minute, but over the course of once every 6 seconds. However you want to play that out, that's the mechanical aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
So I can do 5d6.
Okay.
All right, that's a 4, a 3, and a 5. Funny enough.
Well.
And then that is a 6 and a 1.
19.
So, yep.
Okay. This man's been given a lot of HP.
Man, if only you had a 6d6, you would have rolled a 2 and you could have a full set.
I know.
He gets it straight. The guard survives.
Dang it, I wanted a royal flush.
But after the minute or so of caring for this guard and using this this fiery spirit to encourage his natural healing and regeneration through it, while still very obviously bruised and damaged in several places, it becomes very clear that he sort of settles a bit.
Okay. But no conscious activity.
He does not return to consciousness.
Okay. That's real unfortunate. Well, while the conversation finishes up between everybody, Ken is just going to let him sip some of the water skin from her pack.
Okay.
Because when you're injured and you lose blood, you get dehydrated.
Mm-hmm. Yep, because blood is also water sometimes.
Yep.
I'm going to help. Go ahead.
Yeah, so she'll, obviously gulping it actually will be more dangerous. So just sips, very slight sips.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Nikolai will look between the two awake guards. What's your names and his name?
Actually, do you want to make a history check, Nikolai? Before
Sure,
you go,
see if I-
before you go asking names to see if you recognize these fine boys.
Oh, wow!
No,
Nope.
no, you do not. And you're not sure if it's just if you're just tired, it's just the way the last couple of weeks have gone, or what.
But they know you.
Yeah, they do. Oh, you rich people. You essentially the one that's on the ground that was tending to his buddy, which, you know, Gwen and Ken have now like fully taken over, and so he's kind of had to take a step back. And he's standing up, and he looks up at you, Nikolai, with his one hand planted on the hilt of his sword, the other one on his hip. And he just points to himself. Guardsman Fisher points to the one on the horseback. Guardsman James, and then he points to the one on the ground. And that's Guardsman Lowe.
Can I just
do
whispers?
You have. Oh,
Go ahead.
you
Keep going. No, keep going.
Do any of you have any injuries that could be taken care of while you rest?
No. Fisher, rather, James and we're gonna be fine. Just some rest. And he turns back, so this is said more in Gwen and Kenna's direction. Just make sure that Lowe's taken care of.
For the time being, this is probably as good as he'll get. But, and she'll kind of like whisper, or not whisper, but she'll lean in towards the guardsman. But you lived this long, Guardsman Lowe, so you can't give up fighting quite yet. And Kenna will go ahead and stand back up.
Gwen's gonna do. She would have been helping Kenna hold up the guardsman to water, but she's gonna do one more look over to see if any sort of like bruising or bleeding has subsided, any at all, to give her confidence in his ability to just sleep this off.
All right, make another medicine check.
Okey-doke.
Let's see what both of your work has done. Don't forget, it's a disadvantage.
16. Let's make this better. 4. 10.
Oof.
That's worse. I mean, you go over everything you've seen. You can see and notice while most of the bones, while you're healing, and magical healing is typically never best advised for mending bones, because it can cause deformities, mending bones too quickly. You've managed to, at the very least, help set some of them back into right places. You've reduced a lot of the swelling in various places. His breathing has returned to normal. All in all, with the situation you've been given, you think he's in as good a shape as reasonably possible for what you have available to him. His survival is a matter of his own will at this point.
Yeah. I will nod to what Kenna said and just, after a minute, stand up. And so she said, this is the best we can do for now. You said you were sent to find the Lord Overguard, then?
Yep. We were sent to find Nikolai and escort him home.
Well, perfect.
Sorry to cut your journey short. It looks like in that case, we'll likely be traveling together. At least for a little bit.
Well, as long as you guys can keep an eye on Lowe, it's fine by us.
You go ahead.
Well, we'll look at the horse. Kenna's gonna look at the saddle and see what kind of saddle we're dealing with here. And we'll look at Lowe and go, if you want him to survive, traveling slumped over a horse is not going to be ideal for his health.
Well, we weren't exactly in a position to make a sled for him. We had.
I mean, going forward.
Well, yes. Now we have time. We can do that.
Perfect.
We just have to gather some supplies. We'll find some strong branches.
About how far away did you say the creatures were from where you've come now?
About half a bell.
What does that mean?
Half hour.
Oh, gotcha.
1 bell's an hour.
Oh,
Yeah.
not that
yeah.
far.
Yeah, church bell rings every hour.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad I got that.
Read enough fantasy books, it starts to click all together.
I mean, I just lived in a town with a church bell that rang every hour.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can also just guess after when you've lived with a good grandfather clock or with a church bell.
Yeah, kinda actually.
But in terms of people reference, I mean, I've never heard someone say that actual like in real life.
No.
It's only ever been in fantasy
I
books.
never have.
Close.
Well, they might not be too far behind us then if they are following.
Why don't
They-
we go before them to clear them out?
They
I
gave
agree.
they gave a pursuit on us when they realized the horses were going to be too quick for them.
Still,
At
if we're going
a gallop, they couldn't keep up. But fair warning, they are fast, and they hide themselves in hard packed earth and snow. They can burrow.
Good to know.
Love a challenge.
I would. Can I use my D100 to see if I can pierce the veil a bit and spot them where they're hiding, if they are
Can I-
hiding?
You could try.
You got this, buddy. Come on, get a good one. Let's go.
Music.
Get up for it.
So bad. That's so bad.
No,
So
what are you
bad.
doing? Hold on.
Oh,
So
well.
bad.
Do you
I
want dead
never-
characters? Because this is how you get dead characters.
Oh my god, are y'all
God.
serious? I'm taking D100 privileges away from everybody.
No,
What
just
are you
me and
talking
music.
about? What
Just
do you
me and
mean?
music. Just me and music.
Edelweiss and Music are both on D100 probation. Lost your privileges.
See, at least it always gets a good one. I've never gotten a good one. A fly just got in my eye while I was trying to see into the future.
Yeah, a psychic fly got it in your eye.
Yep.
Yeah, and then killed
Yeah.
half the party.
Just
Everyone's got
They
brain
might just
smushed.
brain
That's what
smush.
just happened. Everyone's brain
yeah,
smushed.
yeah. They go,
Maybe he had to do with brain
Everyone's brain
smush as
smushed.
well.
Oh
Okay.
god. Alright, well we got an 8 to deal with at some point, but
Brave Titan 2, Electric
anyways,
Boogaloo.
back to the narrative. Sorry, Dyer.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's
It's not fun.
Like,
Don't worry.
I'm
We
not
don't just
looking at
gloss over
cans,
this.
but
We got to talk about
I,
this.
I don't like the smile I hear in your voice, sir.
Yeah.
I have no idea what you're
I'm
talking.
not even watching him right now, and
I wasn't either. I could just
DM
hear it.
file.
I
What do
know
you
he
mean?
is. I can hear the smirk. I play with him enough on Thursdays to know I can hear a smirk.
When someone has a good idea, when someone's about to do something, you can hear it in their voice.
Well, Nikolai, knowing the threat is on the horizon, quite literally, you take a brief moment to try to peer into the future to help give you or disseminate any kind of information that will be useful against these creatures, these ambush hunters you've been warned of. And you see ahead, following along one of the roads, of which you are familiar with, heading towards Stenholm. And amidst the snow and the trees, you can see a group of creatures, albeit quite blurry, but humanoid shapes, as they are digging and burrowing themselves around this road, in position so that way they will be able to flank effectively when a group of individuals have passed by. so they can cut them off and then close in on behind them.
Cool. What's my confidence rating of that? Like, how clear was that?
It
pretty clear?
Seemed pretty clear. Yeah, like everything was a little blurry. Like the vision, like it was like, you know, if you take off your glasses, things were a little bit blurry, but you could see the movement in the figures for sure.
Okay. He'll repeat a bit of what he saw to the party about what we're going to deal with, potentially. Good to keep a lookout for that. I guess they were blurry, but could I discern individuals, or was it blurry group?
It was like a blurry group, but also there wasn't really enough detail between individuals to really give identifying markers. Just height differences was about it.
Yep. Then I'll just repeat what he saw to the group. It's not a bad idea that kind of had. Oh. Yeah. Go out, deal with them, and then you three can catch up after making something for him to ride in more comfortably.
You're not going to hear us complain, although we can't really advise against it. We can advise against it. They were strong, and they had numbers. Unless you are extremely confident in your abilities, it might be worthwhile to go warn the Shalseer and bring some of them with us.
They're a little bit preoccupied with a lot. I believe we could deal with it. And if not, we're going to at least see them first.
Right.
How many
Looking at
did you say your
Nikolai
party was?
as he's saying this.
What was that, Gwen?
I said, how many did you say your party was?
There were 5 of us. Now only 3.
I look back at Nikolai. There are 5 of us. Not all of us are exactly on our best dancing legs, if I had to say so.
That's something. Could you remember any landmarks that might give us a hint about where this ambush was laid? A little bit clearer, like formation.
He does he does the guy the guy asking for directions on the side of the road bit. Hands on hips, looks down the road. So if you travel down the road about 30 minutes or so, although I suppose on foot it's going to be probably closer to about an hour, there's going to be an area where there are a series of small hills, and then it's going to flatten out quite a bit for a gap. And it is in the middle of that gap that they ambushed us. It's pretty obvious that it's a good place to set an ambush. We weren't expecting monsters like that to be hiding here in the duchy.
Good to know. Thank you.
We might be able to get up on top of those hills and see some activity beneath. Maybe. Coming behind them. Would I know if the smell coming off of the blade, that came off the blade, was strong enough for normal people to pick up on?
What do you mean normal people to pick up on? Like, just it's smelling bad?
Yeah, like...
If they put the blade to their nose, yes, you think they could notice that the blood smelled bad.
Okay, but it's not something that, like, yeah, you would...
The difference being is, the person that's holding the sword will notice it smells bad. If they put it up to their face, they're going to pull it away. When someone unsheathes it and you're on the other side of the room, you're going to smell it.
Okay. Did they give any other indication when you entered the area? Any disturbed earth, anything, or were they...
We didn't notice
Fair.
anything. That's why we got ambushed.
Good to know.
And because of all the fresh snow, there was no identifying marks to see that they'd been there or anyone had done anything untoward on the trail.
Is it still snowing?
It's still snowing. It's not heavy, but it's still snowing.
Good. Awesome. Nice.
If we find any of their remains, would you like us to report that to Stenholm when we get there?
The monsters or the guards?
The guards.
Ideally, if you could find the remains, to gather them and leave them in one spot, so at the very least we can come back and collect them. They had families. They deserve to be buried properly.
That is what I was getting at. If we have time to do so, I think we will try.
As a group, do we feel comfortable going at this on our own?
Well, yeah, we've got to go forward. Can't go back.
We just have to be smart about it.
When we get near, I can check again. With a little bit of magical aid.
Are we all confident on taking the sample?
If we're smart about it.
Then we should make a plan beforehand, just in case we get ambushed before any
We will
point.
try to sneak up on them.
We could
Very well.
we could try and trigger their trap on something conspicuous like a throwing rock, and then attack them as they appear.
Just still a bit
Nikolai.
worn out. Not very confident on this.
Yes.
So am I, but I feel we are going to have to walk through this to get to the other side of it. So, Nikolai, I'd recommend you leave your horse here. We don't want it spooking unless you plan to use it as bait.
No. Poor Nova's gone through a lot already. He'll dismount, and hand the reins to, I believe it was James on the horse.
Yep.
He'll take good care of him. We'll be back. He'll also, seeing Lars adjust a bayonet, he'll take out the magical dagger, which I believe he hasn't given over yet, but I've been meaning to. Here, Lars, he'll hand you the +1 magical dagger, just in case, because I know you're running.
Dyer, I have a question.
Yeah, using 2 daggers might be better than the rifle.
Yes, Gwen.
Hi.
Hello.
Did I walk this road coming into town? Do I know the area that they're describing?
No, you came from the north.
And they're coming up from the south?
Yep.
Gotcha.
You guys are heading south towards the capital. You might have been to this area before, so make a history check.
Okay.
But you wouldn't have been through here recently.
Well, I have the feet, the wanderer feet, for my background.
Like I said, make a history check.
Okay. 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 4.
That's a negative, Ghost Rider.
Doke. Man, I'm loving these rolls. All right, that's it.
Hey, boss.
Well then, I suppose we go ahead and get a move on. We can plan on the way.
Kenna, why was there any particular reason you were asking of my experience with undead? Or
Because at everybody here, I'd assume you might have been one of the people with an encounter over the others. I don't expect any of them to have fought such a creature.
me? Oh, were you not around when
Curiosity.
Oh, are you not around? Right. I don't think you were around when I was saying that. This was technically my first mission. I've gone out before, or practice, I would call it, and such, but I'm extremely inexperienced.
Huh.
My apologies.
It's fine. We'll just kind of turn over to the guards. While you wait here and you rest and take care of Lo, something back home that always helped was even if they are not awake, they can still hear you. And since he knows the two of you, it actually might help if you talk to him. Even if it's just encouraging, it could be the difference between him living and dying.
The two guards look at you, and then between each other, and then back at you, and they just kind of both give you solemn nods.
Nikolai, are we heading? Is everyone good to go?
Yep. Might as well. As we get nearer, because we are going to be on foot and it's going to be slower, around about 30 or 45 minutes in, as like about 15 minutes away from what might be the location, I'll pierce the veil again. Just seeing.
Oh. Everyone gather around me.
Gather.
Kinda just stabs Pyrebrand's hilt into the ground, into the earth. And I'll kind of take her hands up and start rubbing them together. And kind of, grab back into the ash that she has, some of the ash. And then we'll, it's actually really fun. It's going to be a great reference. I'll take some of the ash and we'll kind of like rub it in her hands. And then we'll Simba everybody.
Oh my god.
And then we'll clap our hands together and then just blow all of the rest of the ash like just into the air. I will cast Pass Without a Trace on everybody here.
Ooh, nice.
Thank you, because
So everybody is Simba'd. They all have just a ash art, like a bump, like a crescent moon type of thing on their forehead.
Ash Tuesday.
So I will be concentrating on Pass Without a Trace for up to an hour. Everybody has 10, including me, straight plus 10 to their stealth checks, and they can't be tracked except by magical means.
Is that on top of already our modifier?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh,
Yep.
heck.
Yeah.
We get
It's-
ridiculous.
Yeah, so for stealth characters, it's you get very, very good. You can roll 1, Lars, and have a 21.
And it's kind of good considering two of us are exhausted.
What happens when you get 40?
You
You get
vanish from this game and appear on another one.
Usually, I'm not sure if Dyer's gonna do this, but usually like group stealth is like an average, so this really bumps up the average.
Yeah.
It varies from circumstance to circumstance. A lot of the time, yes, this will be a group stealth check. In which case, yeah, the average is going to be incredibly high. Even despite the 2 people who have disadvantage because of the fact that disadvantage and advantage on average is a plus or minus 5. This is a plus 10, so this is basically triple advantage. Okay, so Pass Without Trace has been cast on everyone here in the group.
It's actually been cast on even the people even the guards there, so that they can be. It just helps them be quieter, even at camp.
Well, doesn't it only affect if you're in the radius?
In the
around
radius.
the
Yeah,
cast?
That's
exactly.
Oh, I thought it was within. I thought casting it within 30 feet of me. Okay.
Nah.
No, yeah, they have to stay within 30 feet of me. Oh well. Well, until we're 30 feet away, they have it too.
I guess that would mean our travel pace is going to be the slow travel pace to be like stealthy.
Well,
yeah, 'cause we're
that's up to you guys. It will
We are
extend
trying
the
to
estimated time.
Yes.
If you're nearby, so there's no like.
I mean, we could
Well,
go like
so-
normal.
We're going
Yeah,
to go
allow me
normal.
allow me to explain. They said estimating because they did it galloping on horseback. It'll probably take you guys closer to an hour to get to where they were on foot.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And the
like,
difference between
at around
travel
the-
speeds. As soon as I get back to it. Get back to it, I mean there for the first time.
We could slow it down.
Well, so normal travel pace is about 3 miles an hour. If you move at a slow pace, it's 2 miles an hour, and you are actually capable of rolling stealth checks. So as it stands, what this will do for you, Pass Without Trace existing now, you won't be able to roll for stealth. I'll be using a passive stealth score and adding +10 to it. Because I do have all of your passive stealth scores on my cheat sheet. So you're
Mhm. That's a 12
I mean, that's
for
not
me.
That's also a 12 for me.
Are we rolling for stealth?
not
Nope.
yet.
Okay.
We were deciding a travel speed because that's
Normal.
the important part. Okay, normal. In which case,
Yeah,
no, we are
normal's
not.
good.
In which case, we are not rolling for stealth. Much to your chagrin, Ryan.
I mean, you still
You'll
have a really high
yes, you still have a gigantic number,
Yeah.
but we're just
Couple of us are
taking.
proficient and stuff, so
we're taking
that bumps up a
averages.
bit.
So
I also, need to
my
account for, I also need to count for Portia as well.
yeah, I've got her numbers too.
Numbers.
So let's see. Win at disadvantage is a really bad number, but it's still +10 is a hell of a drug. So it is.
Is a hell of a drug.
Gwen and Lars next to each other is Gwen stomp, 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 and Lars nothing. Just
Can I say something about that and like assist her? Like
No,
look,
these are passive scores. It's because you guys are not traveling at a pace where stealth is possible.
yeah, okay.
You're
that's fine.
leaning more on the spell to keep you guys unnoticed.
Yeah.
And of course,
Yeah,
everyone's
thank
own natural capabilities. But between the two people that are exhausted, and one of which is wearing heavy armor, it's just like, meh, you're trying to get somewhere without being noticed as much.
Just
Doesn't
a,
the heavy armor not give disadvantage because of its magic?
It's correct. I wasn't counting it. It doesn't matter. You can't have super disadvantage anyway. Being exhausted is more than enough for this to be a problem.
super disadvantage. Just a lot of shushing from Lars as he's walking.
Yep.
Shh.
ching, 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 cling, cling, cling.
I mean, the group stealth is still a 22, so.
Yeah. Wow. That
Yeah.
meme can never be used enough. The +10 is a hell of a drug.
Yeah, Pass Without Trace is a ridiculous spell.
OP.
It could just be a +5 and it would still be really good.
Yeah. Crack for rogues when they don't even need it. Because like
I just like it because it also. I just like it because it also prevents them from tracking you, unless it's by magic.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying a +5 bonus would still be great because of those footnotes as well. Okay.
Leave no tracks either.
You guys
That's great.
travel at a good pace. Some of you perhaps staring behind you as you guys walk in this shrouded aura of manipulated light and notice that even though you're walking through snow, you're not leaving any footprints. But as you go, you kind of do note the occasional drip drop of bright red blood in the snow left behind by guardsmen low on the retreat before they ran into you. And it is when you begin to get near the area where you can tell the series of mounded hills are in front of you.
Roughly, how long has it been since we've started?
About 50 minutes.
Okay. Nikolai would like to hold up the group a bit. Just, hey, let's check real fast. This will only take a minute and won't take too much of my abilities to see if I can pinpoint where they are.
Can I smell anything?
We're gonna let Nikolai go first, but you can certainly try sniffing something.
Okay, he's gonna take a minute and 2 side points to cast augury, and the action will be attacking whatever is here. Because that may be a little bit too vague.
What is your specific course of action?
Okay, specific course of action will be we will walk into the area and try to find them, like us searching for them. Will be the specific course of action. So walk in and search in the area. I get. Is that specific enough, or do you require a little bit more?
No, that's fine. Okay. But because I like the spin, roll a d100. We're gonna see if it provides you any visual representation.
God, that's another low one. Oh.
Nikolai, your visions in this area have been difficult. You close your eyes and you focus, and you don't manage to get any clarifying visual cues, but you do get some sound. You can hear the wind. You can hear the rustle of the branches in the trees, and then suddenly a snapping branch, and then what sounds like just a rushing mob of rapid footsteps, and then shouts, and then screams. You do not get a good feeling from this. You receive woe.
Okay. He'll after the minute, he'll eyes return back to normal. So just they are definitely there. Oh, that's a good question. Do I know roughly what time within the next 30 minutes? Like 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 15?
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Just sometime in the next 30 minutes, this is gonna go poorly.
Yep. So from that, it's gonna go rather poorly for us. We should. I would say we slow down now, and be cautious. Take our time.
Gwen, if you'd like to make your perception check, you may.
Okay. At advantage, but at disadvantage, so straight
just
roll.
Straight roll.
Ha 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 ha. Oh wait, it's only. Why don't I have? Okay, 11.
11.
Yeah.
You smell the cold air, the tree and pine in the area. Nothing unusual. Also, feel free to arrange your tokens in your appropriate marching order on the map, please.
She would say, I can't smell them. So we weren't going to have much forewarning.
they're using Kenna's wilderness knowledge, like with her wilderness tools, and having to do many things with them, all the way including digging and that kind of stuff. She's going to be trying to keep an eye out for the, I guess you would say, discontinuation of unbothered snow, and or looking for maybe snow that has definitely been manipulated with dirt to try and give any advantage of an area that they may have either been in or they are currently in.
All right. Make a survival check.
Lars will, while that's happening, Lars will point out towards the to the wall. Is that like a cliff face on the?
It's a ridge. So
is
yeah,
it high
like,
enough?
Like you'd have to climb if you went straight up this. You'd have to climb.
How high is it?
You can walk around. At its highest point, which is right here, it's about 10 feet.
Yeah, Lars will sort of make a gesture and just say, if it might be best that we use the cliff face to use it so that we can focus all of our attacks forward and not have to worry about something behind us.
Mm-hmm. I got a 24.
Okay. You have a moment where you guys are all sort of at a slowed pace, knowing that the area in which the ambush occurred is somewhere further up ahead. So, uncertain as to where these creatures might have resettled, you begin very carefully parsing the environment for information. You look very carefully at the surroundings. There are quite a few spots in this area that stand out to you as unusual. Just in your vicinity, so basically just up to this front road here, I'm going to ping a couple of spots where you see things that are unnatural. There's a spot here.
Mm-hmm.
There's a spot here.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a spot here.
Mm-hmm.
And they are subtle.
Mm-hmm.
But you definitely notice that something about it is off.
Kenna puts her arm up in front of Gwen and just gently pushes backwards.
Allows to be pushed.
Then I will step backwards, shoving Nikolai backwards with her butt.
Wow.
And silently, with the hand that has pushed Gwen backwards, we'll make a finger and slowly just point to the 3 spots so everybody can see it. And one of them being right in here, and then right in here, and then over here.
I want to minor illusion and just write in common. Are they under there, or have they burrowed in there? And then otherwise would just be like, consider if Kenna can read, but just kind of look at her intently. I thought it was been established Kenna can read. Presumably, yes. Can she? Not 100% sure.
She read a book. That was.
Oh yeah, she did
I
read.
read 2 books.
Yep, spent a lot of late nights reading a book, so it was either a clever ruse.
Exhaustion.
A clever ruse. Of course I can read.
Okay.
She was on her phone the whole time.
Okay, you guys, stop digging into me.
So Lars sort of points towards the ridge like a sign.
Does Kenna respond to that directly at her? Or
Kenna will first look to Lars, give him a thumbs up, and wave her hand to the ledge, because he can probably sneak up there alone better than multiple of us getting up there currently. And then Kenna will look to Edelweiss real fast over her shoulder, and then look back forward and just kind of shrug. She doesn't know.
and just hand wave again, and do the minor illusion again, and just wrote to be considered. Could be on the hill.
Checking what things do.
Kenna will try to just quietly say to them, they could be there. They could have burrowed there. It is unnatural.
I can create things at a distance, noise, so that we can be prepared over here. Now, accompanied with otherwise illusion, we may make a convincing argument to attack something else.
We'll do the same and write. I was considering that as well.
Lars will quietly say, "There's two courses of action. We either bait the trap, or we go around it. Simple."
It's hard to bait something when we don't know where it is. We could try to go around it and kind of ambush them.
We should probably try and trigger it though. And I would say let's go towards the ridge. It'd be easier to not have to deal with one side. Seems like the problem may arise if we get surrounded.
Mm-hmm. Out of character in before they're on the ridge, but back to character.
Yeah. But one side would be taken care of, It's a problem.
They would still burrow up there, but it would take a moment to get up there rather than having to walk.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they have the same burrow speed as movement speed.
Gwen would be quiet throughout all of this and just say, we may also trigger a trap trying to circumvent it.
But then we can't be flanked.
Depending on where they are.
Lars will begin moving towards the ridge slowly.
Mm-hmm.
Jenna's going to take a step that way, but is going to wait for Lars to go because she knows that he is lighter footed than she is. And with the pass without a trace bonus, he can probably get there the easiest.
So yeah, I'm just going to do my 30 feet of movement then.
You got to stay within 30 feet of me.
If you want the bonus.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll get to there first as I'm trying to round up top.
Mm-hmm.
And then I wait for Kina to move. I'm like sort of stepping and pointing like things out to not like tread on or anything like that to not make as much noise.
Kenna's going to shove Nikolai forward for one step. Not shove, but kind of like push, gently guide, and then get in line.
Well, Kenna's light pat is a lot for Nikolai.
The combat protractor is too good.
Slowly. As Lars rounds the corner, Nikolai's gonna slowly follow him.
You two can stay, or you two can come.
Gwen falls in line.
Okay, so I think this game we're gonna play is we're basically all gonna be within like a square of each other, except for Lars, who's gonna be ahead. I think if we just simplify what we're gonna be doing for Dire, it'll be a lot easier.
Don't you worry. I'm just waiting to see where everyone else ends up in the next couple of movements, and then we're gonna take a bio
Doing
break.
a
Okay.
Yes.
dodge action as we go.
Yeah, Gwen's bringing up the dead rear behind Edelweiss.
Interesting choice of words.
Dead rear. Can I, by the way, Nikolai would be actively looking out for a single change in any movement that's not us, or just any movement that's not us, looking for any sign that we have triggered something.
Okay.
Likewise.
Reminder that there is a range to the pass without a trace.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure he's
He's
still in
within
range.
30.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been monitoring it very heavily. But I think you guys can see my ruler that's just been going.
Way bonkers.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of.
No. The bright green is me.
I'm the cooler green, thank you.
I do this because one of my
Pushes
players on
everyone
Friday is
forward.
colorblind and he can see this color.
Fair.
Pushes Nikolai
Very fair.
forward. Get the fuck out the way.
Nikolai's gonna go over here. He'll just sort of ready when you are.
Do I hear any sort of rustling or smell any?
Perception check from Nikolai and Gwen. Everybody cease their moving.
Stopped.
Freeze.
6%.
For funsier rolling stealth. Ooh, that's
16 for me.
terrible.
Okay. Both 14 and 16. You guys don't notice any changes in the environment. There's nothing moving or unusual. And with that piece of information given to you, we're gonna go take a bathroom break.
But Rick,
Layer action.
Yeah, I don't like the.
It's
turning off
old.
order.
Calm down. That's from the Grave Titan fight.
Okay.
I should more actively clear them before a fight.
Yeah, don't fucking scare
You
us.
should just
Dire.
put. You should just put random like apple in
I'll do
there
whatever I
and
want.
scare us. Like
I'm
what
gonna
the hell
go
is
make a
it?
cup of tea. I'm gonna go make a cup of tea.
Yeah. So we're gonna take a 10-minute
I'll
break.
be back.
We'll come back about 10 past-ish. You know, something along those lines.
My mom's trying to make ice cream. Seeing a lot of ice cream. I saw an ice cream maker, and now more stuff has been bought. Wonder what's gonna go on. Don't know. Maybe
Okay.
bananas.
So we'll be back. Gonna put that up. We're gonna change the time. Gonna change the time a little. So it's, 10
I
minutes past.
will BRB as well, so I will message when I'm back. I have to go explain why I'm in a bad mood with my mother.
Okay. And we're back. Bum-ba-dum-ba-dum-bum.
Hello? Anyone there? Hello? Hello? Dang. In this house, I have a quinoa mushrooms and quinoa spinach, and okay. I don't know what to do with that. Really do. What else is here? What else is here? I think I know what I'm eating at least. Lion, hello? Hello.
Hello.
I'm making food. Cause I probably should eat. It's very like a low. It's easy to make food, and I can just mute myself before combat. How are you feeling?
Kind of like missing Charlotte, worried for Charlotte. Yeah, just that at the moment.
I mean, what is there to worry about her?
That she's at a new job, and she's going to be staying up ridiculously late.
Just be there when she comes back, or be there when you
I'm
are
going to be
awake.
asleep by the time she comes back.
When you're awake and she comes back. When you're awake, just be here when you're awake.
She's literally. She said what she's going to do. She's going to come back. She's going to maybe give it an hour, so it's 7 a.m. and she'll jump into bed and she'll kind of push me out of bed. and I'll accept it, and I'll roll out of bed, and I'll go downstairs and do stuff.
Oh,
Always things you can do when she's not around. Like, I don't know. Maybe if this job continues, you can like prepare like some food or something for her, or get her something so she has something when she comes back. And she can do something for her even when she's not around. And even when you're not around.
I mean, I did like putting new sheets on the bed,
nice.
so it's gonna be semi-fresh when she gets back, because I'm gonna be sleeping in it first.
Yeah. But you won't mind that you're sleeping in it.
I know. It's not like
You're a
I'm-
dirty boy.
Yeah, I'm very flatulent and leave leave a lot of bad smells. Yeah, yeah.
Ryan, the flatulent boy.
To be honest, if this was the Dark Ages, they would call me Ryan the Flatulent, and that's actually no word of a lie.
What did I come back to?
The same thing I came back
Gas.
It's
A
fine.
wholesome conversation.
to. Ryan farts.
Really?
It's okay.
Family fun
And
conversation.
it's all natural.
It's all that.
No, non-GMO.
At least it's not artificial. That would be
An artificial fart. Wait, I can do that right now. Let me just put my arm underneath my armpit.
no smell and everything. An artificial fart. Be the worst.
Anyways, I was gonna say earlier, but I was watching Resident Evil 7 playthrough before the stream started. So that was my taste of horror and undead.
Oh, do you know what's really funny? Do you know when Kenneth said, "Oh, I back up into Nikolai"? I'm like, why am I thinking of Lady Dimitrescu, like just backing up onto the ass and
She's a tall woman with ass.
Domitris is taller than Kenna. She's 9 feet tall.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, Kenna is shorter, so I mean.
Yeah, she did say she was like one of the.
Yeah, but you seem to forget Nikolai is kind of small, so
Fair.
Yeah.
it probably evens out.
You are correct.
I mean, the I can't even attempt to say that name right now. I just don't even. I don't have
I
the energy
keep reading
for that.
it, and I didn't actually.
Lady
I've never heard the
Dimitrescu.
game, so I don't know how is it supposed to be pronounced.
I've never actually heard someone say it. Yeah, I'd say
Dimitrescu.
Yeah, Dimitrescu. Yeah.
No, Dimitrescu.
Dimitrescu is a really great way to pronounce that. That's actually nice.
Yeah, it's a really.
Like,
It's an
I
interesting name, I'll give that.
keep wanting to say Dimitri, but it's like, no, it's not Dimitri. It's not Dimitri.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say in the beginning, but then I didn't even
Dimitrescu.
hear it. I just decided to change my pronunciation.
I feel that, Martin. I feel that. I
They
feel
say
that.
they say it in the castle demo that they did where you meet the merchant. I'm very
Uh-oh.
looking forward to this game. It's pronounced Dimitrescu, so you don't need to say the
Dimitrescu.
U. No, you don't say the U.
Very
Hey, I
French.
called it.
That's great. I like that way of pronouncing.
It's nice. Whoever said Russian was an ugly language lied.
Isn't that basically? Wait, isn't her name of French origin? Oh.
With that pronunciation, I would not say.
I took for granted it was based off of the spelling, but
See, it sounds Russian when you say it, but it looks really French when you look at its spelling. And there are French, I would assume, ways of pronouncing that name like that. It makes sense.
I thought it was based in like Transylvania or something like that.
It's easy.
It could be, yeah. Actually, that makes sense. That wrote like a Romanian type.
But time back into it because I'm hearing dice rolls.
we're not back into it because we're still missing a player.
Oh, I thought he came back.
I'm allowed to roll dice without all of you being here.
I'm gonna do it right now.
Should we roll initiative?
That was actually a really good roll as well. I'm kind of upset I rolled that.
Do you think you'll jinx it if you do a preemptive though? Is the real question.
A preemptive. Oh, like Ryan?
The preemptive always ruins it.
Jinxing rolls doesn't exist in my philosophy. The dice were always going to roll that number for you, no matter how many times you roll the dice beforehand.
What if I believe in the heart of the What if I believe in the heart of the cards though?
Because it's the only
you're playing the wrong
possibility
game.
that exists in this reality. Of
I
course.
believe that Hargi has there's a level of balance that has been initiated, and Hargi steals my luck.
Yeah, I mean, there are two players like that in every campaign, if it makes you feel any better. On Friday, it's Martel and Hasvard.
I'm just saying, like, I got my first two rolls was a 2 and a 1, so
It could only get better from there.
I mean, yes, and if you guys want to roll initiative, because we're going to need it eventually, you might as well get them out of the way now.
Okie dokie.
I am back. Sorry.
I need
Well
to
then,
that. Well,
officially, everyone roll initiative.
official.
Oh, whoa.
Shall I?
Oh, I'm not even on roll 20 yet. Whoa, hold up.
I'm grabbing my physical dice.
Whoa, I think you're jumping the gun a little bit, my guy.
Nope, not even close.
Oh no.
Maybe one of
You
them
said
had
you're
really
back,
high
we're starting.
perception. Or tremble sense that helped
Okay.
out.
Oh, natural 20.
Wow.
Natural 24 for initiative.
Luck siphoner. I'm telling you.
Why is it when I roll initiative I roll like cack?
An ability check, right? I don't get disadvantage. Just making sure for some reason.
Yeah, for the record, the initiative checks are ability checks. You do have disadvantage.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah.
Well, we can't get worse than that. Well,
Also, while the
actually,
initiatives
it
are
hit
getting set
something.
up, we
Okay,
are. Sorry.
Dyer, we
sorry,
can
go
count
ahead.
that roll if it hits something.
Did it land flat and stay in the surface in which you are rolling?
Yes.
Then yes,
it
it
just
counts.
interrupted the throw.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you count
that's
it.
us.
Get a nice tray.
It's an initiative of 6, guys.
6.
That was my first roll, so I was gonna get it anyways.
Better than Port. You're right in between Porsche and Lars.
Yeah.
What do you get?
In
What do
most
you
of the
get
other
now?
initiative rolls.
Question, this is a mechanical question before you die, just for consistency. Are you, and for Ryan as well, it says dog, are y'all treating Portia's stuff as like my companion or like a ranger pet, or more like a mounted rule set where you
actually,
can choose at the beginning of the initiative?
We decided on that last week.
Okay.
Because
then it will be following his turn.
But I'll
like
be
mine,
honest
so
with you, I don't completely remember what we agreed on.
We
you guys did agree on following.
Porsche goes on my go, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
In which case, you don't need the roll for Porsche.
No, I remember in future. I'll remember in future.
We just have to do some initiative editing real quick, so we can get.
I was
Porsche.
just curious because, you know, if you follow like the mounted rules, you can choose at the beginning of every initiative.
Originally,
but when you roll initiative, you can just choose.
Originally, my intention was to have Porsche act on her own initiative, but more times than not, when it came to combat, it was always a matter of what Moldaheim was doing first and then giving orders, and so that's why last week it just came down to let's just change it. So we did.
That's a lot like the companion that I roll.
Mm-hmm.
Also, did Gwen also get a 7, or is it just a? Wow.
Is there a cat trapped under my TV? What are you? Who's back here?
That's dangerous.
Who's rolling around?
That's just good sound. There's camera down.
Okay.
Is it Revy?
No, there was no cat. It must be somewhere near the TV. Okay. All right.
Well, as all of you begin making your way up onto the onto the raised ridge on the left side, as Polish makes a step following in Lars's wake, I need her to make a strength saving.
Oh, they are up here.
Oh, Dogi doing a strength? That's an 8 + 2, so 10.
All right. As Porsche enters this space, I'm gonna move it over, but it was triggered because she stepped. One of the creatures emerges from underneath the rock and snow directly underneath her, grabbing onto her and sinking its jagged bone-like teeth into her side.
Okay. Can I use one of my feet?
What is the feat?
Opportunist. Do you want me to?
Yes, always. If I have to ask, you should just always put it in the chat.
2 seconds. Boom.
At this point, no. It's because it's a reaction when you roll initiative, so it would have been when you guys were rolling the dice. That's when you use the reaction to do it.
Okay.
But since you had no targets, initiative is already finished.
Okay.
So it is going to strike Polish. So yeah, it's 17 to hit. I'm pretty confident that hits. And it is going to deal a whopping 4 points of bludgeoning damage. And as it unburrows itself in the snow, it is holding on to Porsche, so Porsche is considered grappled. And as it unburrows itself, pulling itself up, hanging on to her with just this arm, the slightly overextended, overgrown muscular arm, you begin to smell this absolutely horrendous stench, Lars. And I need you to make a Constitution save for you and Portia.
All right, me first. Oh, ha ha ha! No, I'm re-rolling that. That is not good. And that's a nat 20. That's better. Constitution save.
Yeah, you succeed.
+1, so 21.
Yeah,
I rolled a nat 1.
Oh, and then into a 20. Nice.
Yeah.
Christmas colors.
And Portia is... That's 14 plus 1, that's 15.
Okay, both are successes. You are unaffected by the creature's terrible stench.
Oh, damn.
Nikolai, I need you to make a strength save.
Oh. Okay.
Excuse me.
Yikes. It's a 7.
That is a fail. It is grappling you, and it is going to attempt to harm you with big, angry fist. Which 14? I think just
That
hits.
matches. Just matches. Oh.
Oh, you are not as lucky as Push. You get 8 points of bludgeoning.
Of course.
As it unearths itself underneath you, causing you to trip forward as it grabs onto you with both of its arms, and then it just, with one arm wrapped around you, it brings the other one and just a ham-fisted sideways swing catches you in the back. And now we are officially going to go through initiative. So, Kenna.
10 feet.
Oh,
Dang it.
actually, pardon me. I need both Kenna
it's
and
okay.
Nikolai to roll Constitution save.
Yeah.
Natural 20.
Okay.
No shit.
of course.
Natural 20 for 22.
Yep, that's a success.
Yeah, 16.
Success. Okay, now continue, Kenna.
I am upsetty spaghetti. This man arriving changes a lot of my plans. Oh no.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Yeah, I am.
Nikolai, this
Okay.
sucks.
Kenna just waves her hand, and a firefox is going to just kind of like dash up through the snow.
Mhm.
Or a fire wolf will dash up through the snow and apparate right here. I'm gonna need a dex saving throw of 15 from Undead Boy. I'm gonna summon wildfire.
Yep. I just have to go online one day and just gather a bunch of fiery animal pictures so you can just shift between your mood.
What's the one you gave me? Isn't it a wolf?
It's a bear. It's a bear,
That's
like
a
the first
fire.
time you ever summoned it. Yeah, it's a bear.
I do not remember summoning a fire bear.
Yeah, it was like in the first, it was the fight against all the undead gnolls outside the fort. It was a fire bear.
Oh,
There goes
okay.
that art
You know
that
what?
I was working on.
Fuck it. Fire bear.
Fire
Or
bear.
wolf. Or whatever. All of them. I'm
It's-
trying to
it's-
drag the
Oh, yeah, okay,
it's not
that's, yep,
working.
literally all of them. Okay.
Oh.
So many of them.
It's just, I hate that it's a small size. That's not a bear.
It's a cub.
It's a small bear. It's a sun bear.
I'm still irritated that it's not a medium-sized creature. That irks me so much.
It has failed.
So it has failed. 2d6 coming in hot. That is a 6 and a 3, 9 fire damage.
Okay. The creature is summoned, and in a burst of fiery energy, you watch as it catches on to the creature, and surprisingly, its skin seems to ignite and it spreads rapidly.
Whoa.
It burns terribly.
Okay. I will go ahead and move here. Actually, I'll actually stay there. I'm dancing.
We're dancing. Okay.
Yeah. And that real fast. Come on.
Is that everything from Kenna?
I'm looking for bonus action spells, but I don't have the trying to. I don't think I have any, so that's it. Ending it.
As the rat fiend is burned, it screeches loudly. And you begin all to hear as several large pieces of natural environment begin to shift as you watch as these creatures begin to unearth themselves.
Oh, I didn't know if you were going on his turn. My flame spirit goes next.
Oh, yeah. Immediately after you, so go for it.
And is going to kind of open its mouth, and a spiraling thing of fire is going to exit and shoot at the one at Nikolai, the one I just hit. Which
use Ember.
Yes, basically. That's exactly what it does. It just has a plus. What is spell modifier? Okay, +7. That's a 13 plus a 7 for 20.
That hits.
Cool. And a d6 plus proficiency bonus. That's a 4 plus 3. 7.
Okay.
Fire damage.
More of its papery like skin begins to burn rapidly, and you're watching as the musculature underneath is bubbling and snapping, turning black. This thing is burning away into ashes at certain parts. It's barely standing. Still holding on to Nikolai.
Yep, that's no, it's gonna stay there. It's actually just gonna stay there.
Repeat myself before. Howley screechy noise. You watch as more creatures begin to unearth themselves, and with unnatural speeds, sprint on all four legs, climb up the cliff, and land in front of you, Lars. Uh, 21 is going to hit. For a big ol' 3 points of bludgeoning damage. And that's about it there. This one's got Portia in its grasp, and it is going to take that as a chance to continue to harm the poor doggo.
He's next.
22. Another one, so 3 points of bludgeoning damage to push. Just when Nikolai thought he had a turn. Doesn't.
Just
And-
gotta throw the boy.
Running like a wild animal on all fours. This creature is going to get here. How high off the ground, if at all, is the wildfire spirit?
It actually is not. I summoned it ground level.
Okay.
I did not make a fly or hover because
That's important to know. Well, it's
Generally,
going
if
to
I plan on it flying, I will make it a bird.
it's going to attack your wildfire spirit with a 17 to hit, which I'm pretty sure hits.
Yes.
For 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
That is fine. 35 health.
Nicola.
Wow. So I don't know how you're gonna interpret moving someone with a grapple. If I'm being grappled by this boy,
Yeah.
and I force him to move, will it pull me with him?
If he,
Or break
so
the
if you, for instance, it's the classic example. If a creature is grappling you and you cast the Thunder Wave spell and they fail their save against it and they are knocked back 10 feet, the grapple instantly ends and they fly away.
Okay. Good to know. In that case, bonus action, seeing on myself, and I'm gonna make a straight roll attack against this guy, because advantage and then disadvantage because he's within range.
5 feet, yep.
Ignore that.
See,
I will.
add the extra d10, so this is going to be the first roll. Please hit. Ooh.
Yeah, 20 is gonna hit.
Okay, and then I'm gonna knock him 5 feet, try and throw him off the cliff off of me. So 5 feet to the right, this way.
No,
If that does. I'm not sure
you're choosing or not. Okay.
Would that throw him off the cliff? Because if it wouldn't, I'd just knock him prone.
It's not going to really. It's kind of tentative. It would be. I'm gonna have him roll something to see if he stays up or down.
Okay.
Yeah. So is that acceptable?
Yep.
Okay.
Just gonna try and close range batter swing him off the cliff.
He is not going to be knocked off the cliff. You do close range batter swing him, and it's pretty close, but he manages to hang on long enough before he. Let's step back. You hit him with the staff. You watch as the air visibly shifts as the psionic energy strikes him. It knocks him head over heels backwards, and he manages to hang on long enough as he's staring in your general direction, just as one like gray-green eye, just bubbling with burnt flesh and pus from where Ken has burnt him terribly. It stares at you for a long moment as you watch the eye begin to grow and expand, and he explodes. I need you, Nikolai, to make a dexterity saving throw.
Hey. Oh, I can finally use this. When you would make a dexterity saving throw, you can instead make an intelligence saving throw. Ah!
Yeah, good to get that out of the way now.
Well, okay, maybe?
A 13, that is a yikes. Given that is literally your best save. The good news is you succeed by 1. But you still take half damage.
Thank you, intelligence.
All my high rolls have been rolling really low for me for some reason.
Oh, you should be really glad you succeeded.
Yeah.
You take you don't have any resistances I need to be aware of, right?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm a human.
You're gonna take 9 points of damage.
Okay.
It would be it would be 4 acid and 5 poison.
Oh.
Ah.
4 acid and 5. Ooh.
Yeah, as it explodes and showers the area in just disgusting viscera and fluids. You can all of you within the area can see where these fluids land. You just hear the hiss and sizzle of acid, where it begins to pockmark the rock.
At least I moved him away from you. Ow. And he's gonna hide behind Kenna.
Very brave of you.
Yep. Look, I don't even have to like crouch down or anything. I just sort of step behind her and she eclipses me.
You have to tell yourself. Kind of acts as half cover.
Yeah. Wait, would she actually though? Because of how large she is compared to me.
Only if Kenna opts to actually body block for you.
Only for Nikolai, though.
Okay, yeah,
Sort of. Yeah, I'll body block for him.
Well, for the record, guys, everybody gets 1. There is a thing called buddy comping, which, funnily enough, is the one thing you guys use the least out of all my other games, which use it a lot. You can do it when you're within 5 feet of an ally.
Can I
was considering using it, actually.
It requires you to share the same space, though.
It does.
I'm not about that.
Yeah, but it can boost up some, like...
Nah.
And
would like to
technically,
rank on
Ryan,
the
according
class.
to the rules, yes. My brain says maybe, but the rules as they stand written, yes. This rot fiend is going to clamber up this cliff and is going to attack Motherheim.
Oh, excellent.
That's okay. You'll be good.
Natural 19, so a 23.
Yep.
And a big 6, so 8 points of bludgeoning damage. As it clambers up the side of the cliff and just with a big closed fist, it just clobbers you. Okay, speaking of, Moldahain.
Okay, after seeing what happened with the thing exploding, Lars doesn't really want any of these things near him.
That's fair.
So that thing that literally just climbed up and like clobbered him, Lars is just going to turn around and like 300 style just boot him back down the cliff.
Okay, this is a shove attempt. Make an athletics check. And it gets to make a contested roll. If it fails, you boot it off the cliff.
That's
While he's booting that, I would like to use my once a turn free speech, and Kenna is going to yell for Gwen. Cover Nikolai and otherwise I will get Lars out.
that was an 18 plus 3.
Who is driving that?
18 plus 3. So 21. I was nervous for you for a second. I rolled a natural 17, but it only gets a plus 2. So a 19. You will boot it, and it will fall 10 feet. And it will fall prone. And I will roll fall damage for it. Woohoo. Alright. You have the second attack, Moldahain.
Yeah, for this one, I'm going to reposition this way and do the exact same thing to the one nearest to the wall.
Okay, gonna try to also boot him off the cliff.
Yeah, I don't want these
All
guys
right.
near me.
Sure, let's see how long this lasts. All right, make another athletics check.
We're playing whack-a-mole. We're playing whack-a-mole.
Not as good.
But you're not as bad as me.
That's a 9 plus 3.
It beats my 1 plus 3, so you're fine.
Cool.
Yeah, this guy just has no will to stay up on this cliff.
Get back down there.
Yep, gonna fall. Gonna take a little bit of fall damage. And he is knocked prone. Okay.
I mean, I could move. I've still got my movement, so I'm just gonna relocate over this way,
Okay.
and that's my turn.
Okay. Well, it's Portia's turn now. She
So,
is grappled.
If she's grappled, can she attack?
Yes. She just can't move.
Well, just bite the hand. Go for the knees. I don't know, just hit it.
So
I'm
make an
gonna
attack roll.
Yeah. That's a 17 plus 5.
Yeah, it's gonna hit. It's gonna hit.
Okay, and I need to roll a 1d6 for 1d6 plus 2 for piercing damage. That's a bite. That's 4 plus 2, so that's 6.
6.
And yeah, do they get bite and is this like? Because it says if the target is a creature, it must succeed on a DC 13 Strength save. Or
Yeah,
be
I rolled
knocked prone?
save. It succeeded.
Okay, good.
It will not be knocked prone. But it could have been.
Just trading blows.
Yeah, I mean, had you knocked it
wait.
prone, it would have broken the grapple.
Oh wait, if that's one attack, does Porsche get 2 attacks?
No, she does not. She only has 1.
Well, at least she did something. At least she did something this time.
Yeah, she's not a damage doggo. She's a utility doggo.
Yeah.
Okay. Gwen. You're muted. Yep.
Hi.
There you go.
I didn't do that. Okay, I did not do what I thought I did. That's good. Hi. I've
Hello.
been given an order, and the order was to watch the kids. So I'm
Basically.
gonna do exactly that. Gwen is going to run up. and get to here. And Ryan stole it from me. I'd been thinking about it for like 10 minutes, but it's fine. I'm gonna 300 kick him off the edge of this cliff, or at least try to.
Yeah, you might want to change your angle a little. Well, I'm just telling you, if you kick him directional south, he's not going to fall off a cliff.
Oh, is this not a rock or a thing?
It's a tree. It's a tree.
Okay.
You can stand in and around it.
I will stand in and around the tree and kick
There you go.
Be gone thought.
Yep. Athletics check. Everyone should know the deal by now.
Can I attack him first, or is it too late for that?
It's not. So again, a shove or a grapple action is just one attack. So if you have two attacks, you could attack him first and then attempt to shove him. It's just the fact that depends on what you consider to be more important. If you want to get him off the cliff, then you would want to see if you successfully shove him once, and if you don't, then you can shove him again. Otherwise, you can just hurt him, and then you may or may not shove him off.
That's fair. Okay, I'm gonna try to shove him.
Okay. Athletics check.
Athletics. Okay.
Roll bad.
Okay. Athletics. I'm good
Yep.
at this.
It isn't.
19. 12
8.
plus 7.
Yeah.
Oh, baby. Now I can't hurt him.
Nope, he is off the cliff.
Okay.
And prone.
We're just kicking these things off a cliff, man.
It's whackable. We're playing whackable.
Yeah, I can't do anything else right now, I don't think. Because I can't get anywhere closer to Lars. Yeah, because that was like...
I mean, that wasn't your job anyway.
No, it wasn't. That's right, I have a job, I've got to protect the kids. Okay. That's my turn.
Okay. Let me just go get some of my boys real quick.
More.
Yeah,
There's more.
You guys were given a head count.
It's okay.
Yeah. But wait, there's more.
Just gonna see who they're gonna go after. They are going to. This one's going to rush up the cliff and go after Lars. And it rolls a hilarious natural 1 on its attack. It's going to clamber up, and then as it's getting closer to you, Lars, it's going to trip over one of the roots at the tree and kind of just tumble and recover itself only long enough to just whiff entirely.
I can't see what that other one is.
Right next to you. It is right next to you. This one is going to dash.
Oh, that's the one down there. That's the one I was looking at.
Slightly higher up the map. It's dash enormous. It's going to dash, and it's going to get here. Just in time for Edelweiss to react.
No, thank you.
Yes, they run on all fours, and they move at a speed, as you were warned by the guardsmen, that is incredibly fast. The horses just outran them.
So yeah, what about that protect the kids?
That's not that's your problem right now. So what are you doing about saving yourself?
I changed my plan entirely, unfortunately.
Well, then what is the new plan? Hello?
I'm saying, what is my new plan?
I'm not hearing anything.
I thought it was muted. For some reason. Yes. How bad is this? Okay. I will move 1 to not provoke an attack of opportunity. And I cannot open my character sheet. Hold on. Okay, I'm sorry.
And
Pecking Blink as usual is what I'm gonna do.
nothing.
I will cast Blink.
Oh, blink. Gotcha. He said, I'm blank. I'm like, that's a problem.
And I'm gonna roll it IRL and see what I get. On the table, if they hit something, I reroll. I blink.
It happened.
It happened.
And there's a blink thing. But I don't remember what it looks like.
Like a kick or something. I don't know.
No, there's specifically an icon for it. Never. Oh, there it is. A dude running
no.
away. Nice.
I just realized what I did was kind of dumb, and I should have done this other thing. Oh well, I have already made the decision.
Yeah, about to say, we're going to see how that plays out for you in the future. I'm going to reveal the last of my homies. As they take their turns. This one is also going to dash.
Oh boy. You know, at least you're not, like, visible right now, so... Oh boy.
Yeah, they have a lot of movement. A lot of
We got the whole party.
Come on, baby. Yeah, that's right. Bring them all here. Group them up. Group them up. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Yep.
I know what to knock them down.
Kind of sees the circumstance. Yes, I see. Can I do bonus actions and before I do an action?
Of course.
Okay, that's what I was hoping.
I do it all the time.
Oh, I just figured out something. Ah, yes. All right. Kenna just goes, Amber, get Lars. And I will drop Pass Without a Trace. You can do that for free, right?
Yeah. You can stop concentrating on the spell whenever you want.
And Kenna just looks up to the sky. What are the clouds looking like?
The weather's been fair lately. Not stormy.
Bummer.
Yeah.
Bummer.
Yep.
And kind of looks up and just shakes her hands. And we'll just, not even using Pyre, but we'll strike her other hand down like an arc. And I'm going to cast Call Lightning on the three that are prone at the bottom of the, that are knocked prone.
Sure thing, boss.
So, tick off a Call Lightning. And it is a Dex saving throw for all three.
Because it's a 5-foot radius, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okie dokie. Let's see how dexterous these prone boys can be. First roll, fail. Second roll, fail.
DC 15.
Third roll, fail.
Sweet. They all take 3d10.
Yes. My second favorite spell. It's a god.
Battle
lightning is pretty
synergy! Battle synergy!
I also very much love this spell.
That's a 7. That's a 6.
13,
And that's a 10.
23.
So they take
Damn.
23 lightning damage.
That's really good for 3d10.
It is.
And at this point, because that's a 3rd level spell, all of the runes that are usually invisible or unseen on Kenna's body are just brightly glowing now. And I will actually hold my movement. I will stay here. I won't hold it, but I will stay here. And then the bonus action command for Ember was to get Lars. which is going to move here and is going to teleport Lars and Portia 15 feet away if they are willing.
Yeah.
So you both will go 15 feet up. And these two boys are around Lars. Dex saving throws.
Fail. And fail.
Okay. And so they will take 1d6 as well, fire damage both. So let's roll the d6. That is a 4 plus a 3 for 7. They both take 7 fire damage.
Okay.
That is Kenna and the Wildfire's turn.
Okay. To just recollect real briefly, as the runes on Kenna's body flicker to life, there's a section of the gray white clouds overhead that darken, and a streak of lightning soars down, striking just beyond the cliff, blinding everyone temporarily. And you all witness as you just hear the grotesque popping sounds of these creatures, and you just see puffs and poofs of acid and bile fly into the air, splashing along the cliffside. The two that Lars and Portia were previously surrounded by are now ablaze. Their paper-thin skin just ignited, and they look in terrible shape.
And it's just a wildfire spirit just baring teeth at them.
Okay, this one. It doesn't like being on fire. Surprise. Is going to... Hey, Days. It's going to go here. It's got a thing for this dog, and it somehow magically teleported away.
Ah.
16 to hit, which is a hit,
Yeah.
for 6 points of bludgeoning damage. It is Nikolai's turn.
Kenna will say,
Okay.
Nikolai, get distance.
What? Oh, distance? Yeah. Nikolai is going to cast Erupting Earth. Yes. He is going to cast Erupting Earth here, where the cube will just reach the guys on top of the cliff.
How big is the cube?
It's 20 feet, so he's placing it like here, so it reaches over, but not hit, if it doesn't hit the three of them. Thank
Something
you.
like that?
And he'll just like sort of claw his hand up, and the earth will erupt from underneath them.
Dex saves. Because they're great at these so far. Wow.
Oh, ignore the 17, but that's still 32. Bludgeoning damage.
That's
Wow.
probably one of the best 3d12 rolls I've ever seen.
Yeah, 11, and 10. Hold on. There is
Yeah, but this.
yeah. So there is 2 there. So it's actually 34 because of rampaging power, but they added all together. So
Okay.
actually, no, it's not 2. It's 6. That's 38.
All right. Well,
Forgot to
only one of them succeeded, so it's going to take. Hang on, math is hard some days. 30, half of 38.
38.
Why can I not?
16.
19? No, 16.
Oh,
Yeah.
38.
No. Yeah, 19.
19. It's 19.
I saw 32. I saw 32, and if you say okay, 38. It's
Yeah.
definitely 19. Yeah.
So as you cause more or less a miniature rock slide, with the earth erupting underneath these, it does unfortunately force 2 dex saves from you, Nikolai, 2 from Kenna, and 1 from Gwen.
Yeah. Unfortunate. I'm gonna make an intelligence saving throw again.
You cannot. It's once per long rest.
No.
I don't. Yeah, you didn't include it in the feature. It is in your document. Unless
Is it?
unless yeah, if that's the character feed I gave you, it is once per long rest. I actually went and checked the drive because I didn't notice it there. It is once per long rest. I would never allow a character to completely replace one of their saves for another save frame.
Oh, yep. Okay. Let me add that. I somehow didn't grab that. Yeah.
Oh, no. Fan of this. Did you say
I,
saving throw?
Dex saving throw 2.
Reroll.
God.
I'm gonna send
That's for the first one. That's for the first one, and then yeah.
Well, I got a 12 plus 2 for 14, and then a natural 20 plus 2.
So both are successes.
Okay.
Yay!
Well,
Whoa!
give me my damage so I can make my con check.
Yeah, I rolled some spicy damage though. Everyone that succeeded, you should be real happy.
I rolled a
I
10.
succeeded.
Yep.
The 10 is not
one,
good.
Failed the other.
So yeah,
That's
Nikolai,
not
let's just, okay, I'm gonna go per person. Nikolai, you failed one, succeeded one?
Yep. I spent an inspiration point to succeed the first one with a reroll.
Okay, so you succeeded on the first one, so that'll be 11 points. And then the one you failed is 25.
Actually, you can spend inspiration to succeed on a roll automatically.
2 points to succeed on a roll automatically.
Done.
Nikolai is out. Luckily not. That was almost all of his health, including max. But he's not.
And
He's out.
Right as I disconnected, I was trying to tell you to get distance, not blow them up.
Yeah, it's one of those. Should have moved first and then blew them up. This was like going.
Taken 2 AOF.
Let me kick this hand grenade away. Kenna, you take 2 instances of damage because you're concentrating on spells. You'll take 11 points and then 12 points. So you just got to beat DCs of 10 twice.
That's an 18 plus 2.
Success.
13 plus 2.
So success on
I'll
both
take
those.
11 and 12.
Yeah, so 23.
Yeah. Not happy.
And Gwyn, you chose to automatically succeed if I heard correctly.
Yes, sir.
In which case you will take 12 points of damage.
Okie dokie.
I'm gonna leave that document open in case I have to keep track of big things like that again. Well, that's the end of Nikolai's turn because he ain't got much choice in the matter. This rot fiend that was zapped, kicked off a cliff, and then zapped by a lightning bolt is going to crawl up barely alive, pull itself up over the cliff, and is going to have just enough movement to get to Gwen and try to slap her.
Could certainly try, sir.
It is not going to succeed as you raise your shield to defend yourself against its ham-fisted attack, and you take no damage.
Okay.
Maldahine.
Distance.
I know. I don't want to use my distance.
Jeez, Mom.
It's less about you killing one, in Kenna's opinion, more about you getting to safety.
I don't want to eat raisins for lunch.
Well, the thing is that they're gonna get to me eventually, because of their ridiculous speed. So Lars doesn't want to do this, but he raises his rifle to the one directly south of him, and he is going to shoot.
Okay, you do the shoot thing.
I will do the shoot thing. Just 1 second while I. Oh, for God's sake, what have I done here? Right, I don't have access to my character sheet for some reason.
That's weird.
That's 12 plus something.
Plus 8. So 20,
Yeah.
which will hit.
Yeah, and the damage I need to roll is d12. 12 plus 5. That is a 12 plus 5.
17.
It's max damage.
It is. And the shot will ring out, piercing its abdomen, and it'll swell and become bulbous and explode, showering the surroundings in acid.
And after a quick and brief look around, Lars will reposition over here and take aim at the one that's just coming around the corner of the cliff and shoot at that one.
This one or this one?
That one.
Okay. For the record, I have your sheet open. I am subtracting ammunition as a fire. So you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I know after this I only have one shot, so.
Mhm.
Rolling for shot.
Roll away, champ.
That is a 10 plus 5, isn't it? 8, 10 plus 8, yeah.
So you're gonna hit again?
Okay, 1d12 plus 5. That's outside, come back in. That's a 9 plus 5.
Okay, 14. This one blasts away part of its shoulder and arm, but it is still up and staggering towards the side of the group.
Okie doke.
Is that everything from Maldahine?
I've used my action bonus action. I have moved a bit. There's no point of me moving. Yep.
Okay. Push.
Okay, to Porsche, what is that one south of her looking like? What's that one looking like?
That's a weird question for Push to be able to decide on.
Was it on fire?
Yes, it is on fire.
Doggy does not like. Doggy would like to run away. Doggy will probably try to run away.
Doggy is going to get slapped.
Yes.
Yeah, I know, but Doggy wants to run away.
Okay. Doggy is not going to get slapped.
That's fine. Doggy close to me. Hold action, attack if someone gets close.
Okay. Gwen.
Hi.
Hi. You seem to be in a precarious spot. What are you gonna do about it?
Well, first I'm gonna spend my free speech action to turn to Kenna and say, change your plans. You handle them. This,
Glad.
I think we're disagreeing on who them is.
Yeah, I agree too.
All I know is it's easier for me to deal with 3 than it is for you.
What is this box looking like? Has this leveled, like this green box, is it completely leveled that cliff face down into like a pile of rubble, or is
it's now sloping downwards,
Okay.
And it's all difficult terrain.
Okay.
If I recall erupting earth correctly.
Can I still kick this guy down that slope? This guy next to me?
Not as well as before.
All right, that's cool. I'm just gonna take it. I'm going to. I think this is. Let me get the compact protractor out. Yeah, I'm gonna run 10 feet to Nikolai. Can I pick him up?
Yeah, when you get over there, sure. So
Yeah.
we're gonna stop and resolve the 2 attacks of opportunity against you.
3.
Nope, the other one already attacked. They tried to get Portia. The first one's gonna be a crit.
Okay.
The second one's also going to be a crit.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. All right.
Incoming 9 damage.
I rolled also 2 sixes twice. So 6 times 4 is 24 plus 4, 28 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ouch.
Yeah, big ouchies.
She's fine.
I rolled
Yeah,
max damage.
I am fine, but ouch.
Yeah.
I haven't attacked anything yet. I can't blast that guy from the hip. So you said 24 was the total?
Mm-hmm. No, 28 is the total.
8 is the total. Okay. Okay, been fine. Easy peasy. Yeah, I just baseball slide in, throw Nikolai over my shoulder. I'm gonna pat his ass with have some 5 lay on hands points, my guy.
Kind of weird, but
Actually,
okay.
Actually, have yourself a cure wounds, my guy. Instead.
So a D8 plus 2.
Hold on, I'm trying to dice. They're a little mad at me. I used them as props in a photo shoot. It's fine. Just gotta work it out. Plus 5, right? Spellcasting.
Plus
no,
2.
Ability. 5, plus 2. 5. 5 anyway.
That works.
Yeah. And now I've got him over my shoulder. I don't. Do I see Edelweiss? Do I know where Edelweiss is?
You don't see Edelweiss. Make
Blind,
a
right?
make a history check. Because Edelweiss has attempted this trick several times, so it's whether or not if any of you guys remember like this is sort of a thing or
Are they invisible?
no.
Okay.
Mm.
15 plus 1, 16.
You know, Edelweiss is squirrely in the fact that they are sometimes there and sometimes not. You don't know what it is, but you know this happens.
No, it's some fey magic bullshit. Have Nikolai up onto my shoulder and
Not that you know.
Can I drop him? In the
You
same
just
turn?
pick them up?
In the same turn, not right now. 'Cause
What are you
first we're
doing?
gonna-
So yes, are you going to move and then drop him?
Yeah. So I
Yeah. Just know that your movement's halved when you're carrying it.
Okay, so I have 30 feet left.
Yeah,
So
you moved here, so 30 feet, so 15 feet from where you are.
no, I have 30 feet left. So 15. I can just huck him into this last spot, right? Like I can
Yep.
just put him down.
Well, if you hug him, it's different. If you put him down, yes.
I'll put him down.
just toss him like a duffel bag.
Mhm.
Throw it away body.
Back up power.
Can I remind you of the raccoon getting yeeted gif?
God. Yeah, that's it. It's no. I'm gonna get here and huck him to where I'm currently standing. Or drop him gently to where I'm currently standing.
Okay.
Drop him gently.
Yeah, like the action tempo of Gwen's turn was like 100 and then dropped down to 10 by the end of it. Cool action movie slides, slingshot, wrap him around the shoulders, pat him on the ass for a heal, and then carefully walked him over to the spot and set him down like a newborn child. It was real weird, real weird.
She's like fireman running him out with him over her shoulders and then just gently laying him
Yeah.
Wait, where am I now?
on your ass next to the dog.
Okay.
Yeah, and then
Still
I just
prone.
I don't have the action economy to because he's buddy cop with him, do I?
It doesn't take an action to do it, but he's on the ground because you've set him down. Because you did not get him up from standing. He is still prone because he's coming from unconscious. So you can't buddy cop. You can't buddy cop with him.
Can I initiate my side of buddy cop when he's
He can ask you on his turn after he stood up to do it. You can just say yes.
Okay, then I'm just standing with my ready to go after this guy because I feel like he's gonna come bother me, or somebody is.
Okay. Boop. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hi, friends. It looks like one of you might be bleeding profusely.
He's gonna get a hurt.
Oh,
Can Porsche attack as soon as it arrives?
That is what you said her to do, so yes.
Yeah. Porsche will do the biting. That's 11 plus 5 for 16.
Gonna hit.
Hit 1d6 plus 2. That's a 4 plus 2 for 6.
Okay. 6 points. Porsche takes a... Oop, nope, that's not good. Porsche takes a chunk out of him. and he will be knocked prone, but he'll spend the remainder of his movement to get back up. And then he's going to bring down a mutated ugly fist onto Nikolai's face.
Oh no.
That was rude.
For 7 points.
That's like an
Yeah.
MMA. That's
I
like an MMA
already
move.
rolled the advantage. He rolled an 18, so 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
Gone.
Hey guys, I'm back.
Yep.
Literally what happened in the gift, just hammer fist, just go bomb.
Meanwhile, Edelweiss coming back to this plane of existence. Just a mountain slide's happened. Rocks are covered in acid.
Okay. I didn't
Nikolai's
know
over
what
there
you wanted
bleeding to death. It's a mess.
I go. Okay, I'm gonna use my action just kind of. You think it'd be safer to step back because
Stop.
Do you trust me?
You're getting far too long into the sentence. Time's moving quick.
Okay, well then I guess I can't say anything because I did not think it over.
Well, you did say most of that.
Yeah.
You just didn't get to the last 2 or 3 words.
I heard you take a step back.
Kenna counts as meat
And Kenna will
as
just
a medium
nod to
creature,
take
right?
a step back. I do count as a medium creature, and I have a very specific plan in mind, so do not screw this.
I do not intend to. I will tap your hand and
Okay.
like, grab your arm, and I will look up at you if you like tug at you for a second.
Okay.
Because I want to cast Thunderstep. And everyone's safely away, and this will only affect these dudes.
No. If you are thunder stepping 15 feet, you're also going to hit my wildfire spirit.
10 feet. It is 10 feet.
10 feet. Yeah. I don't need a way to get out of here.
Yeah, I just want to deal extra damage. If you do not seem willing to do anything,
You
which,
can
I don't
choose
know,
not to
I'll read-
go.
Yeah, but I
It
haven't
requires
chosen
it requires a willing creature.
Yeah. I was just doing a quick check. If not, otherwise we'll step back. And instead, just... I wanted to go. Okay, fuck. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry, cursed. Okay, well, I'm concerned about Nikolai, and I have no idea if these things are gonna get killed or not. So instead, I'm gonna use my new feature. I'm assuming it casts, because it costs a spell slot, it does cost my spell, even despite it being a bonus action, correct, Dyer?
It consumes the spell slot.
Yes, but it doesn't mean I can't cast a spell using.
Yes, it is not
inspiration.
It is not casting a spell. It just uses the spell slot.
Okay.
It is a magical ability. It is not a magical spell, so it does not count for casting other spells in the same turn.
Cool. I'm gonna use it then because we have a lot of things that go bad quickly. Hey. I use Unnatural Aid on Nikolai. Bonus action, you can spend a spell slot 1 level or higher to heal yourself or an ally within 30 feet. Because it doesn't matter for me, it's 3. The number of hit points equals the level expended spell slot. In addition, gains temporary hit points equal to your spellcasting ability mod. So basically 3 HP and 5 temporary hit points to Nikolai.
Nice.
And it's somewhat similar to Kenna, but Edelweiss's spellcasting focus, which is the crystal, will pulse, and a streak of light will quickly reach Nikolai and then descend upon him like a butterfly wrapped in green aura. It first, I guess, sends a chill, a kind of numbing chill across his spine, despite, comfort, acclimation to cold weather, and then it's this warmth. But unlike, I guess, what Kenna's spell might feel, it feels more like rays of sunshine over your skin rather than... I don't remember how Kenna's was flavored, but I'm pretty sure to be a little different. And that's it. I will also run to Nikolai, using the rest of my movement, and cast invisibility upon him.
Okay.
Keep him safe from trouble. So that means Gwen can sense Nikolai is still around. I do not blink.
Noted. Got feet. Reposition itself and attempt to attack Kenna.
Doesn't want to get knocked down the cliff.
Doesn't like what happened there on the cliff, no. It is going to roll a 15.
Total? AC is 16.
Okay. You wear medium armor, Kenna?
I do.
Okay.
Breastplate, baby.
Nice.
I just flavored the breastplate as being a leather material, but it is breastplate.
Kenna.
Sees that they have suspiciously grouped up and made this a little easier for myself.
How weird.
Once again, I don't know how weird, right? Some action economy screwiness. I'm going to sacrifice my reaction, but using up my action, bonus action, and reaction. Embo, let's leave. When we teleport, I will call lightning the three of them. So it'd be a bonus action to hold my action for when we leave to then strike all of them. Is that cleared with you? Does that make sense?
So lead me through it again.
So I have to use my bonus action to command my wild spirit.
Yeah.
So I'm holding my action for when we teleport to use my reaction to use the call lightning strike.
Okay, so you're using your action
cause the lightning bolt
to hold the call lightning.
Yes.
So when you are teleported by your
away.
spirit, when you use your bonus action, it will then cast. Okay, we're fine.
Correct. Yep. Cool. I know it's
No,
action economy,
it's fine.
that's why I wanted to make sure.
No, it's correct. I just I had to like slowly work through it because part of it didn't sound right in my head at first, but then after we talked, it worked. Okay. So yeah, move yourself.
So it's going to move through because small creatures can move through medium spaces, right?
Honestly, it's one of those. I'm actually not entirely sure, but it doesn't matter because it can hover. So
Yeah, that's fair.
it can technically just kind of go.
So yeah, it was-
whoop,
We'll move to there, and then we are going to go. We're not going to go that way. We're going to go. Dude. Not that way either. Sorry.
Rolling somewhere.
We'll go this way. Yeah, going that way. Alright. So they will dex saving throw 15 for fire damage.
1 success and 2 failures.
Okay. I rolled a 5 on the d6, so that's going to be 8 fire damage. And
Okay.
I do not know if they take damage if they succeed. That is a good question. Success did not take anything.
Okay, yeah, it would make a note
so
if there
it's
was
not
something
half.
else. So if it succeeds, it just doesn't take damage.
Yep.
Oh, hang on.
Correct.
I was up wrong.
And then call lightning.
Okay.
So dexterity save throw.
Success, surprisingly.
Nice. Nice. That's a 6. That's a 7. And that's a 7.
Okay.
So 14, 20 to 10.
Through the pulse of embers and the lightning bolt that soars down from the darkened clouds overhead, the last 3 rot fiends in this group swell and pop, spewing acidic bile all over the surrounding terrain. Kenna safely away from it. Hey, yo, Nikolai, what you doing?
You are
Okay, I'm
invisible and
invisible,
awake.
right? Okay. So I spent half his movement to get up.
You're standing finally.
Yep. Whoa!
There's a
Going to.
guy right there.
Yeah. But I don't know if he knows I'm here. I'm going to step here. I hope he doesn't hit me. Visible Nikolai.
Let's find out. It is going to try to take a swing at you.
Okay.
It'll have disadvantage on the attack. I rolled a 1, so it's a 1. He misses.
Okay. Then he will bonus action seeing. Main action. Oh, that's probably reset because I died. Or I went unconscious. Okay. Was the extra D10. He's gonna kinetic slam this boy, and if it hits, he's gonna send him that way.
Okay.
Hopefully before he explodes. Who knows though? Oh, yikes.
That's the first miss of the fight.
Yikes. That was a good run. That was a D10. That was a 10 on the D10 too. That's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate.
Well, I'm now visible. I'm now gonna walk over here. So that was 15, 20, 25, 30.
Nikolai just
Walk
begins
towards
running
Kenna.
away. Swings, sees it miss just over it. His eyes go wide and just immediately turns and runs away from all of his friends. Mom!
Other mom.
Yeah. Mordheim.
Can I hold a bonus action?
Technically, no. Unfortunately.
Can I? Okay. Lars says, "Disengage. I've got this," and we'll run over here.
Okay. Can't attack you. He's already used his reaction.
Sorry.
He's already used his reaction, so he's not going to attack you.
Okay. Yeah, and once I get there, hold action to attack.
Okay. What's the condition?
When everyone's free, when everyone's away, Lars will attack.
Okay, that's what I. Porsche, following up on your turn.
Disengage.
Okay.
And runs over here.
Yep. Gwen.
I have one fucking job in this house, and it's to protect the kids. So how's this thing look? Hasn't been hit?
Yes.
It has been hit. Okay.
Yep.
But how does it look?
It has a large chunk of meat missing from its left shoulder where Lars has shot it previously.
Okay. Can I grapple it?
Don't ask me. Do you want to grapple it? Then I can tell you you can try.
I don't know if it's got like a spaghetti property that prevents it from being grappled.
Not that you guys have seen so far.
Okay.
Has it come up yet with the other 11 of them you fought? Then probably no.
To be fair, no one tried to grab one.
But they did do grabbing of other people.
Yeah. Yes, they did. Yeah, no. I'm just going to... Let me read one thing real quick, because I have two very different plans that I'm looking at. Yeah, I'm gonna try to grapple it real quick. Ryan, listen to me. It's gonna be okay.
All right, athletics check.
Okay, cool. Cool.
Mhm.
What's math? 19.
You succeed in grappling.
Okay. I'm gonna spend my bonus action to make a melee weapon attack against it. Non-lethal, I want to specify.
Okay.
That's just my, titties. That is 5 damage total.
Okay.
Well, no, I need to roll to hit first. Where are my manners?
Oh yeah, that would help.
Yeah.
I mean, only one person's missed the whole fight so far, but I guess it could happen twice.
Is rolling to hit an ability check?
No, it's an attack.
Okay, cool. 28.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So
How
28.
did you roll a 19 or a 20?
A 19.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I'm going to hit it for 5 damage.
Doesn't matter because you hit it with a 19, but you have a +9 modifier to hit.
I have a +7 modifier to hit. So 19
That would make it
plus
26.
26. I'm bad at math. Hi.
Sorry, I just had to fall because I'm like,
Hi.
If you have a +9 to hit, you should be like way higher level. Continue.
Hi, I'm a graphic design major.
So much. What's your excuse?
My excuse is I'm gonna take Mr. Man here, and we're gonna go farther away. Let's see, my movement is halved right now. All right. So we're gonna go 10 feet this way. And then I'm gonna take him prone. Is that another attack to do?
You're gonna what?
I'm gonna take him prone. I'm gonna put him on his ass.
You grappled him. That's one attack from your attack action. Then you used the bonus action to attack him because you grappled him. So yeah, you have another attack. You could try to shove him prone.
Okay, I'm gonna shove him prone.
Okay. Athletics check. Yeah, no, these guys. MVP. These guys.
I can't tell if you're serious or not.
I am so not serious. They've not rolled well.
17.
7. So
Gotcha.
he's not prone.
Okay. And now I run away.
Okay, so now you're going to release the grapple.
Yes.
Okay.
But he's still prone.
Yep.
And I am going to get the hell out of there.
Okay.
When Gwyn is finally away,
Yeah, I know.
if you actually want to know what's happening, Lars isn't going to shoot.
Huh?
Yeah, well, don't worry. Just let's get Gwyn to finish the thing.
Yeah.
Over here somewhere, I think.
Now, what is Lars doing? Since everyone's finally away from it, what is Lars up to?
Lars is going to, assassin style, with the dagger that was given to him by Nikolai, throw it at the thing.
Okay. That's perfectly fine. I'm going to tell you the only bit of bad news out of this entire thing, you now have disadvantage on it because it's prone.
Okay.
The nature of prone. Melee attacks have advantage. Anything beyond 5 feet has disadvantage. But, you got very high numbers and they have relatively low AC. You should be able to get it.
Alright, so this is a held action and I can't use a bonus action during this turn. Okay, that's
Right.
fine. Rolling for attack.
Yep.
That's a 15.
Plus 8. So 23 is gonna hit. Who'd have thunk it?
Well, that wasn't disadvantage because I've rolled one. Do you want me to roll again?
Oh, yes. Sorry. I got way ahead of myself.
That's 13.
Yeah. 21 will still hit. So. Roll the damage.
What? Oh, wait.
It's a D4.
It's a D.
The pyramid.
Yeah, it's a pyramid. D4 plus 4. That's a 1 plus 4 for 5.
Okay. Well, all that pomp aside, the dagger strikes into it, it explodes, showering the surrounding area in acid and bile. Ryan, for funsies, roll me a D8.
D8. Rolling D8. It's a 3.
Okay. You watch as as it explodes, the dagger flies somewhere eastward.
He takes note.
Can I try to telekinetically catch it? It's within range.
Make a sleight of hand check.
Oh, this is gonna be clutch.
Ooh, slide it.
This is gonna be clutch.
Oh!
Yes!
Oh!
Yes!
Oh!
Synergy! We're
Yeah.
getting it!
Yeah. There was a moment where you both you watch the dagger sink in, it falls, it rolls around on the ground for a moment, it swells and pops and explodes, and you watch the dagger go about 5 feet that way, and then Nikolai just kind of raises a hand and catches it, and it stops midair.
Lightsabers it back to his hand, and then passes it to light.
Yeah,
Here you go.
yeah, absolutely. So it's the return on the lightsaber throw.
Yep.
Lars,
Nice
Lars flicks it around his finger and puts it into his sheath for his bayonet, but he's still got the bayonet on Poetic Justice.
Mm-hmm.
Finally, so we're actually getting good at this.
The spell Plink is all I gotta say.
Are we still in turn order?
No. There is not a single living enemy left this PC. But before you guys continue any further, we're gonna take the second break right now.
Yo!
Gather your thoughts.
Hey.
Come back.
Second cup of tea.
40 passed. 40 passed.
Okay.
Oh, he's there, bro. He is not.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
I'm here. I'm just muted.
I was gonna say that I worry that the flavoring might be too close, and if you want me to change it later. Because I was like...
It's what it is. I mean, it is what it is. Oh, I will send you the name of the spirit.
I don't know what it is a good sign or a bad sign, because
I'm not gonna decide your stuff. I mean, like, it doesn't matter if it's too close or not. It's up to you. As long as you're comfortable with it, it doesn't matter.
I mean, yeah, but as long as you're comfortable, because you made a really cool flavor. I kind of like didn't mind reminiscence, but I also went with something that was kind of like true to them. So it's like, okay, heat and cold, that's fine. But I worry that it might be too similar, and if I should change it. Honestly, part of it was like, oh, otherwise saw how Kenna did it and copied some of it. And I got a new feature. But it is actually really good now that I realize I can use spells on the same turn. And it's short rest. Just glad we just had a good combat for once. That natural 8 though.
I mean, it's really similar, but it's, you know, it is not shocking.
Do I workshop it more then, or are you fine?
I would workshop it more just to make it, like, think about, like, the way I came up with, like, little glowing fireflies was really just thinking about where they would come from in the plane. And
I took it as, again, they're just copying, but like,
yeah.
And something personal, but I was having a lot of difficulty. Dyer had to also give me that and another suggestion. I'm like, yeah, I kind of thought about both of those suggestions, and that's like the thing I want to change most. The flavoring on how it feels right to me.
Okay.
But
That's what matters.
just I guess the vestal of it was like iffy was it, and at least it makes sense at the moment, and if I change it, it's just them doing that more because it's the first time. I also had said I should talk to you, but then I didn't, and then yeah. But that's what I was asking, like specifics. But I'll workshop it more because that's what I do. Oh, that's a nice fucking hacking pass without a trace. Hey, do you like my feature? I'm just happy. I like this feature. I think it's cool.
That was good.
It's
Yeah, it is.
it's not even like limited by short, like long rest. I can't like do it again. It's just when I have spell slots. It's tasty. But that means I'm out of slots right now. Now we can take an hour looking at my slots. That would be cool. Also, the erupting earth was delicious. Absolutely delicious.
Delicious,
Yeah.
but tactically not sound.
Oh,
Well, no, the thing is honestly, it tactically was, because I have a 14 AC. If I moved away, it would have taken 2 AOPs, which actually could have killed me. And plus, we have, well, I mean, besides Edelweiss, we do have 2 other people who could heal. I can eat it down.
yeah, I took no damage. I could have eaten those things good. But before Gwen picked you up, I was actually hoping she would attack or do something, just because I had the intention of doing the combo I did to you. I just had to re-res you.
Yeah.
Wait, yeah, I have 2 slots, but I still have my inspiration points because I just used my 4 bonus spell, so that's nice. I'm still scared about that 8 though.
It's coming.
Yeah.
At least we got the encounter out of the way.
Yeah, I was about to ask.
One of them for today.
Yeah, was
Yeah,
that?
I hope you guys realize that this is the combat for the social. Yes, It was. So there is still another engagement afterwards.
Kyle gets it.
Okay.
I know exactly how this plays out. I'm loving it.
Yeah, this was the
Listen,
precursor.
we can take a short rest if we wanted. We have no reason we can't take a short rest.
Eh,
I mean,
our day just really
saw
started.
the
I mean, it depends on Dyer's rule for short rests, but you are like generally feel like we're limited short rests in a day, and we still have 1, 2, 3 more things before a long rest.
We're 4 hours travel, and we also have to wait for the boys to catch back up.
Combat. We
I mean,
have
we're
two
only
weekend
like
party members.
30 minutes away.
If
I
they
would like to get my
gallop,
spells
I'm
back.
assuming they're not going to gallop.
Not if they're bringing the wounded one with them.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, what time of day is it there? Isn't it like 11 or 10?
morning.
Nailed it on the dot. It is 11.
Okay. So I guess technically when they get here, it can be noon. You can take a lunch. That would fit a short rest. Everyone's just going to have to remember that when we long rest at like 9 o'clock at night, which would be normal, it's going to be dark for like the rest of the session.
It's gonna be dark at 5 p.m. And it's just winter. That's how this works right now. Until we go
I'm just making sure
south.
everybody remembers.
Yeah.
It's a big thing when not everybody has vision.
As in 2 people. Unless you don't want to put that on, then that's 3.
I don't have dark vision prepared.
Okay.
We'll be
No,
fine.
yes. There are two of you that do not have dark vision.
I put 3 because of Portia.
Fair. I was excluding Dalro.
I do. By the way, Dyer, I do like this system because also it like really goes hand in hand with the apparently the base game 5e design for like days was like you have a like 3 or 4 encounters.
Yeah, X amount of encounters per day. Yeah. That was something I did this with in mind. And also the fact that you guys just made me realize that I probably also need to put a limit to the amount of short rests you can take on any given day.
It's generally 2.
That
but
or
you can choose however many you want.
Include a penalty for X amount of short rests over a certain number. And by a penalty, I mean just like, difficulty. Like the DC of various effects or spells that you might encounter in future things would be increased by 1.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that.
Obviously
I'll think about it more.
Workshop it, but a lot of the times it's been because it states that like short rests you have to do like light activity, generally eating. It's like included in that, and so it's usually around like lunch, right? Or like if you have to rest and you eat, like it's like a 2 times a day kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Like there are a certain amount of long rests or short rests that are acceptable within any given adventuring day, like as noted, probably about 2 to 3. But beyond that, if you guys start going, man, we really got the crap kicked out, so you might get up to 4 before like you really get to the next one and be like, well.
I mean, also there is
we're just running an underground fighting ring.
I am calling this because we do have another combat coming up, and we do have 2 short rest casters.
Yeah.
But I didn't use basically anything, so I'm good to go.
Nikolai is really weakened. Portia and Lars have took some hits. I have no more spell slots.
But I think, first of all, we need to go back and get, or at least one person needs to go back and get,
Nah, I'll send a messenger.
We can wait here and they'll catch up to us.
Yeah, and if anything else happens, we'll take care of it.
Mm-hmm. Well,
And we can use our advantage of ambush because that's what we're supposed to be good at.
Gwen is
anything more come. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm reading the thing. Continue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gwen. I Go ahead.
Go.
Oh my god, just say something, Nikolai.
Okay. Does Kenna making her nest count as light activity for a short rest?
No.
Okay.
It just takes me 10 minutes, and it's not really a nest. It's more of a,
That's just the nickname. Yeah, it's just a nickname because we always use it like a nest for Lars.
Would light activity for an hour? I don't know why I'm asking this question. Would light activity for an hour count as casting Detect Good and Evil and walking around
No.
for 10 minutes? Okay.
Typically,
It literally means like doing nothing.
yeah. You're reading a book, you're eating, you're sitting, you're playing an instrument, but spellcasting typically, under no circumstance, ever counts as short rest.
Okay.
Mhm.
Lars would ask Kenneth to set up a sniper's nest on that ridge, and Lars will sort of rest in there, so to speak, while sneaky.
Right away. Hey, Dyer, how long did that combat last?
A
2
hot
minutes?
30 seconds.
Minute? 30 seconds.
Yeah, something like
Whew.
that. You know, combat's
lot of
really,
lightning in 30 seconds.
really slow. Yeah, yes, it was.
So when the combat, we kind of took off the map, but when everything kind of silenced, you would, when everything kind of silenced, kind would have just like walked up to this cliff edge, taking a deep breath, and then just with one just big sigh, we'll let out one scream and just make a lightning bolt strike the intersection right there.
Okay.
And then I will drop concentration.
Nikolai will hobble over slowly, sort of stand by her for a second. After that, just quietly go, "Are you okay?"
I will be fine. We didn't walk into an ambush, but they still had the jump on us.
Unfortunate, but yes. I mean, yes. At least
No
we
matter
didn't
our
walk
tactics
into
so far, no matter our tactics so far, you seem to fall unconscious.
Yes, I have a feeling that's gonna happen anytime anything gets close. Really, no matter what.
We'll have to figure out how to prevent that from happening.
Yes, but at least I took down some as I went down. At least making it worthwhile.
It is better than doing nothing. It was useful. If any had lived, it would have been hard for them to run through it.
I mean, it still was. The cliff has inverted.
Oh. Well, excuse me, I'm going to go make this spot for Lars to rest in. But stay with
I'm
Nikolai.
Oh,
Yeah, my wildfire spirit lasts for like 3 hours now. It's just chilling. It lasts the same amount of time that my wild shape would last, so.
I don't think I can pet you, unfortunately. Hold up.
Kind of like looks up at you and looks over at Kenna and then like rubs up against your leg and you take no damage.
Oh, that's pretty cool. We'll start petting the fire bear. What? Yeah. Go ahead. You go ahead.
Gwen is going to, during this little break that we've taken, make a walk very carefully. She's going to cast Detect Good and Evil and sort of carefully walk the perimeter, or just walk down the road and see if she picks up any more of these nasties. Because it has a radius of 30 feet centered on her.
Okay.
And I'll be stealthing while I do it.
I think you can stealth when you. No, you can.
I mean, you can make a stealth check for me.
Sorry, that was
I
when
think it's
casting.
10 plus something. 12 total.
Okay. Gwyn, your patrol reveals all of the locations in which these creatures have been burrowed.
Mm-hmm.
They leave behind a bit of a essence, this essence of undeath. But then you also note that further down south the road, there is enough of a permeance in the air that you can see where they had traveled in from.
Mm-hmm.
And you suspect that there might be more than what you've just fought.
Can I get any? Let's see. Around where am I standing when I get this sense? Where I see where they're coming.
Let me just zoom you on over there, wherever the heck you are.
Yeah, just put me in. So coming down then from this direction, there probably more.
Yeah, further south.
Okay.
The direction you're heading in.
Haha. Is there any evidence to suggest how many?
No.
Or is it just a very dense cloud of?
It's just a very dense cloud.
Okay. Around this way.
Mhm.
Do I get that same sense? Like there
Nope.
might be more waiting ahead?
Nope.
Okay. I quietly make my way back to camp. Wherever we've set it up, and we're not going to want to keep going south. There's more of them down there. This was probably the prelude to an ambush, and or it's just a splinter group, but I don't think we can really weather another fight like that.
Do you think this is what's going to be happening more now that the hunters are gone?
I don't know. There's a great many things in us in the world, but I can't quite claim to predict how they're going to affect any of us in our given lives.
Humanoid did they look? As in like very humanoid? As in maybe they could have been human once? Or are they like more grotesque?
I mean, if you have a really sick sense of humor, you might be able to work them back into having been a person at one point. But, I mean, nothing about, like, they walk on two legs, they have two arms, they have shoulders and a torso, and a neck and a head. But they were just grotesquely misshapen and mutated.
Yeah, maybe someone did it to them. Because they are undead. Maybe it was easier. I don't like this. At least we got around. Nothing too terrible happened.
At least.
As Lars is kind of like laying, he like, you know when like a sniper lays down, like they've got the rifle out. Just imagine him, he's actually on his back and just looking at everyone, and he just says, "We fought a lot better today. We played to each other's strengths, and I feel like it's the start of something. But I just like to congratulate everyone for doing their best. I know it's hard when we're all still trying to figure out what we're all very good at and what we're not very good at."
Thank you. It feels like a nudge in the right direction.
Indeed, I was told that even a unit who works together that are weak are always stronger than a unit that are strong that don't work together. So it's a very positive step in the right direction.
Let's not test it again today. How about that? Or at least not right now.
Agreed. Not while I only have one shot left.
Exactly.
I had to use those two on the
dear.
remaining ones that were far away. I know, Edelweiss. It's unfortunate, but I'll save this shot for something bigger, eh?
That reminds me.
I'm gonna say something dire, and I'm pretty sure it's not mechanically sound, but I'll say it.
Was that weapon of yours magical?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
I see. Never mind then.
Oh no. Anyway.
Literally just said this before session.
Anyway, Lars will sort of pick off a bite to eat, grab one of the water skins, feed himself and Portia, and will wait in the area. And I don't know why I said in the area, even though I'm saying it as myself.
Once I'm done with the zombie check, I'm gonna sit down and start whittling on that bear tooth a little longer. Trying to get that thing as close to perfect as I can. Do you want me to roll for that, sir?
Yeah. Good old dexterity check.
Okie dokie.
Or eventually, one day, Gwen will decide what perfect is.
Well,
It's one of those things where you gotta maybe take it a little too far before you realize.
I will peer over Gwen's shoulder since I've never seen her do that, I don't think.
That is a natural 20 and a 17.
Well,
Unless I can take a nap in this hour and get rid of that exhaustion.
that ain't how exhaustion works.
Still heckin' great.
Dexterity at 19, I think.
Yep. I also think so.
Yeah.
Progress goes well.
I'm sorry.
Did you want me to roll stealth rolls, by the way, Dyer?
Sure.
Right, well, I pre-rolled them. Lars got a nat 1, and Portia got a nat 20.
Oh, nice. Lars is humming slightly too loudly, and Push is not.
I will be peering over
You
Gwen's
got a
shoulder.
nat 1 at disadvantage.
Well,
She got
no,
natural.
but I rolled it. But it don't matter. I was just saying where I rolled. But
I mean, I was gonna say I made the nest so you had advantage.
yeah, it's fine. I'll roll again then.
That's
Heck. That's a 6 for Lars. Advantage. Rather than
Total.
1.
16.
And Portia for
That's
reroll
16.
is 16. So I would take the nat 20.
Yeah.
And I will ask Gwen what
are you carving?
Wait. Can you DM me a number on that dagger, on what it's come to at this point?
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
Like on a scale of 1 to 10, how close is it to? We've talked that.
You
far
literally,
before.
but you also just literally set your arbitrary roof for yourself. I can't tell you how finished it is when you know what perfect is and I don't.
You are correct.
Is it a functional dagger by now? Abso-frickin-lutely.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know when Gwen's gonna stop though.
All right.
I can just, and I have no reason to DM it to you. I feel like the number is so arbitrary, it doesn't matter what other people hear. Based off the rolls Gwen has made and over how long she's been working on this, basically since almost the start of the session, it's like an 8 or a 9 by now. In terms of it being functional and relatively decorative, yeah.
It's gone to a blue rarity.
I gotta get to a purple. So, what Edelweiss would see when when they look over her shoulder is a kukri-style blade carved from this bear tooth, and she's preserved the channel of the nerve that runs through the tooth. So it could be a channel for you don't know what. But the blade itself is, as finely composed as a blade can be. The real craftsmanship is in the handle. It's in the shape of a charging ram with a number of different forms of plant life, vines, some flowers carved around it for embellishment. Some areas she's had some luck in refining rough edges and bumps and scrapes, but she is trying to get it perfect. Probably to a standard that she can't quite reach with the tools that she has, but it is a piece of work. For the time and effort she's put into it, it is quite a piece of work.
She gonna say anything, or do I just...
It's a knife. Just something I've been working on and thinking about for a minute.
Made of.
That bear, when Kenna burned it, I took one of its canines. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Might I see? I know plenty of artists throughout my, well, you know how long elves lives, I suppose. So
I've heard.
I've seen plenty of works. I would love to see yours if you.
Gwen would look at it for a second and turn it over in her hand and offer it for Edelweiss to regard.
I will specifically eye the flowers and see if they are any specific I can identify. If you are prepared for this owl.
Yeah. I know what kind of flowers they are.
Okay, I'll do a nature check at disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
God dang.
I'm gonna send Dyer a message real quick. Actually,
Sure.
Rolling it in person for luck. Not great. I mean, that was my first number anyways. It's an 11.
Dyer, would Passiflora vine grow in this section of the continent? It's native to like my area in real life. So like the Smoky Mountains.
I honestly don't know enough about it to be able to make a quick judgment call. I'd have to do some reading.
Okay.
I mean,
Isn't it a hardy question?
we'd still be in like pine forest, like in the general north. So I think the climate wouldn't exactly be conducive.
Yeah, I was wondering about, because this is a pretty cold climate.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
would
but
survive that far
Fantasy flowers, you know?
Yeah, but this isn't a fantasy flower. This is a real life flower.
Okay.
It'd probably survive close
it's
to
not.
sun.
It's not just pine forest. It's considered an alpine forest. So you'll have all sorts of different alpine type trees. I mean, you could have pines, birches, aspens. It really just depends on the amount of water and the altitude.
Well, we weren't talking about trees.
Firs. Well, yeah, but flowers will kind of match those. I don't know what flower you said.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know anything about the flower, so I wouldn't know what to compare it against.
Well, I would say it wouldn't grow.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think it does. With
No,
all the
it's a very
cursory
small
reading I've done
flower.
very quickly.
Passiflora.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Passion flower.
Passion flower vine.
Yeah, it sounds like they enjoy lots of sun, soil that isn't too wet.
Helps my case.
Yeah. Yeah, and if they're not tended to, they wouldn't grow wild in cold areas, so they wouldn't survive out here in the wilderness. So yeah, you probably wouldn't see them on this coast. They're probably more southwest. So in the homeland of the Doreen is where you'd see these, which kind of tracks.
If it's hot or warmer. Doesn't 11 even cut it? Probably not.
So they would
got
probably
proficiency.
They would probably not know it if they had not been to that portion of the map, portion of the world.
And I'm guessing that's where it's sounding now.
Yeah, it's you're not familiar with it.
They would look, kind of puff up their cheeks, and I think after a while I'd dang. What kind of flower is this? I have a friend who rather likes them, so I can't help but wonder if this is supposed to be resembling something. She probably could tell me, but I only remember so much, and I'm rather tired right now.
Yeah. It's got a couple names. My mom always called it Passiflora, but around the place that I grew up, the people who lived there, they called it a bristlebloom. It's a vine. It grows in the spring and summer where it can get plenty of light, like trellises, windowsills. It smells nice in the morning. It's just been a while since I've seen one, so I think I got carried away in the detailing, and one or two ended up there.
Well, if it means something to you, then I suppose it means something that it's on it. Then, goodness, I'm not very good at putting these into words, but that's good. You should carry it with you.
Okay, this is kind of a stretch, knowing the characteristic of the forest anthology of the forest anthology, workshopping that name. I want to see if I can possibly get I guess, illustration of the flower to open up before me. Knowing what Edoace is more aligned to looking and reading probably would be a stretch, but could I try it?
You can make a charisma check.
Disadvantage. Charisma checks a 5. I'll roll the nature just to have that straight 5. Oh, I don't have this open. Okay, back to real life die. Decent. Not good. 9.
Unfortunately, you are unable to conjure up anything that you would otherwise desire from the anthology.
Kind of stick out their tongue as they're very obviously very.
Oh well.
This sort of work has never gone well when you've been tired.
No. No, it is not. That's why they get plenty of sleep.
Oh well.
I look at Gwen as just.
I think I've said it before, but I can get a few things to appear in my book if I so desire. But this is not my usual place of interest. It's my friends and even my proxy. Anyways, I'd love to see when you're finished.
Of course. We'll see how it gets there. When it gets there, if it gets there.
It'll get there.
If you want, I can just draw you a picture of it. I've got a few charcoals and some stock paper.
I wouldn't mind seeing it if that's what you'd like. Thank you.
Sure.
I'll keep it in memory and I'll show my friend using my spell so she could see it as well.
Good.
Do you like flora often, or
I
have you
love
seen
it.
any work with tea?
My mother was an alchemist. Something of the sort. She had a very nice garden when I was growing up, and so she shared that love of plants with me, and I just like to make illustrations like she did of the natural world and document it and all of its growth and decay and just a memory.
Don't worry, I understand. Even without her, I'm not the best with plants and such, but I've grown quite fond with all the nature I've lived around for many years. Even when I was a child, since we were rather nomadic, I'd often be in the wilderness. Not that I knew much about it, learned more much later on, but I think it's good to know about that.
I understand.
Yes.
Go rest, Edelweiss, and if you're curious at all, she goes into her bag and she pulls out a leather-bound journal that's pretty full of torn out pages and flyers and leaflets. She flips towards the back and there's a section that's been sewn in that has some lightly colored but mostly charcoal sketches of different plants
You see
some
them
animals even
lean
that
a
she
little.
wants. And she just hands it to them and says, I'd appreciate if you didn't go prying, but if you want to look, I've been across this continent, well, from coast damn near to the other coast, so I've seen some things that I've taken down.
If you have no problem with me seeing, I'd love to. But if you still feel like you'd rather not, then kind of like push it back, like kind of hold it, or like, did she just like pass it to me already?
And I'm just offering it, and she would say,
Then I would pull my hand a little bit, then it's fine.
you strike me as someone who hasn't had a chance to see much of the world. That's fine. Just so long as you get it back to me.
Of course. Don't worry, I tend to have a delicate hand when I want to destroy such things. And I guess I'll take it and scooch a bit away and kind of peruse it during my short rest.
Alrighty then.
That's it. That's all I have.
Anybody else?
I just want to make sure that you saw that I sent my animal messenger.
Yep.
Okay. And that everyone knows that we are here for an hour and 20 minutes.
Mhm.
That's it. Kenneth's just gonna sit cross-legged with Emba and have him roll around on her lap.
Okay. Well, partway through the short rest, about a solid 40 minutes or so, one of the three guardsmen will arrive. You'll see them kind of slow to a trot as they come up to the section of the road where they notice the ridge line has just completely fallen in. And they're kind of looking around, trying to see where you guys might be. Given you guys have hidden yourselves, they don't seem to notice right away.
Gwen would whistle down from the ridge and throw a hand up to signal where they had come, where they were hidden.
All right. They will rein in, dismount, and then walk their horse up the hill with you. This guard is the previously grim-faced guardsman named Fisher, who was very concerned about Lo. They come up. leave their helmet on and rest their hand on the sword hilt. Looks like a nervous habit, as you've noticed by this point. And walks up and just kind of looks at everything, sees all the acid pock marks, the areas where there's small fires that have been put out, and kind of slowly starts taking in the area where you guys have sort of just decided to, sit down for a little bit. Looks like you guys had hell of a fight.
You could say that. Where are your friends?
We were.
I sent James back with Lo to Dariok to have the Shalseer look after him. I didn't want to risk, if there were more of these things on this trail, I didn't want to risk having Lo ambushed in the back of a sling.
That was smart.
I'd considered what if, and if there was another ambush, the prone individual attached to the back of the horse is going to be an easy target, and then if we have to flee, we have to stop to secure Lo and hope for the best, in which case all it is just a liability. And I care too much about my friend to just let him die like that, so.
Fair.
Very commendable.
Did he bring Nova with him?
Oh yes, you left your horse there. He would have rid the way with Nova.
Ah, perfect.
Kind of just looks to Nikolai and goes, I'm sure the ruling family won't mind that only one of you are with him.
Yes, they really. Hell, if they do bring up a fuss, I'll just say it was my recommendation. Can't argue that.
Given the circumstance, I can't imagine they wouldn't be lenient.
Shall we brief our friend on the situation?
Yes. Your suspicions were justified. There are more of these creatures lying ahead to the south, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually surprised you ended up fighting here. They ambushed us further down the road. They must have dug in after they pursued us for a small time.
Indeed.
We were trying to ambush them, but happened to step on them.
We were all still alive at the moment. But they were quite fast, and when you killed them, they would explode. Or down them, at least.
The road east. Will it eventually lead back southward?
The road west.
West. I don't directions.
Which leads further into the mountains.
West.
Wait, that road goes west.
Yeah.
Yeah, that most.
Well, no.
That road.
No, right. It goes east. Sorry.
It goes
Okay.
east.
Yeah, sorry.
So
I got turned around.
So
Because
does
the
it go
road has
down?
it goes east. No, it doesn't.
Turn around.
You're fired again.
Nikolai would know, right?
It heads east. It's a merchant's track. It's one of the roads that merchants will take to get out of the duchy, just to head east.
Is there any way to take that and still get to this dungeon?
We could.
Both the guard and Nikolai would know this. It would tack on more than half a week.
Oof.
I mean, if you want to stick to roads, that's how much time it'll tack on. If you want to go down the road and head south, like into the wilderness after a point, then you could do that.
We could try and like hop the few patches.
I know for our safety, we want to try and avoid any further conflict, but Nikolai.
Yeah.
Hold on.
How many did you say there were? Were you able to get a decent count?
No, I wasn't able to get a decent count. More than 10.
More than 10.
More than 10.
How many did we
Makes
handle here?
The smart boys in the group would know you guys fought and killed 10 exactly.
Accurate count.
Like a lot more than 10? No. Oh.
You try to tell that to guys that are on the backs of panicked horses while also trying to save their friends from being mutilated. It's hard to count.
So, sorry, I was interrupted. So, Nikolai, though, I mean, this is your place, your land, and if anyone was to come through here for any reason, your people, I feel like it may be partly our duty to clear out this scourge on your road.
I agree.
We could get other people to handle it, but we're here now. Yeah, when in harbor.
So we need
She
to
looks to the
wise
guard.
about this.
She looks to the guard. I feel like the general other people would be maybe not so easy faring on it.
Agreed.
No, anyone else traveling on this road will be massacred. We should do something about it. You all seem capable enough. You survived that without too many frayed edges. We should clear the way. Otherwise, no one normal coming down this road is going to live.
I can scout ahead and get a better sense of what they are, or where they are, and how many there are.
Didn't all of you say you weren't able to root them out when they were hiding?
I can. I could. I have an ability I was trying not to use.
I mean,
But I can
we
do
could-
that.
at least finding them will be a step towards the right direction too. We don't know how many. If we can get a better count on that.
We also don't know where they came from.
That's
These creatures, they weren't here when Lady Overguard came through last. The road was, other than the attack she suffered, these weren't the creatures that were here.
Have I ever encountered
Indeed.
anything like this before?
No. Contrary
It
to popular
seems like
belief,
there's a lot of land that
undead are not gone.
needs to be cleansed.
Indeed. They leave a residue behind in the places where they burrow to, which might not be smart to leave in our wake.
Nikolai will nod towards Kena. You have a connection with the land. Can you try and use that to see general areas, pockets? Like if the animals are fleeing from the area or acting normal?
Or has this area been devoid of animals as well?
No, I just, out of character, I guess Kenna will say in character. It's not totally devoid. I sent a bird to them not too long ago.
Yeah, you see that rabbit flitters by in the snow. Little birds fly overhead. This most certainly does not seem like in the forest closer to the mountains where the crystal took over everything. Wildlife
Do you
seems
think Edelweiss
normal
knows
here.
how to perception?
Gwen chases the rabbit for about 5 feet and then stops and just sits down.
Kenna's gonna answer Nikolai. I cannot see, I guess, how you would be able to see. My senses are, I guess you would think of it as a broad reaching, not very, it's not specified. But what I can do is I will kind of look around. Is there any bird, let's go with any kind of smaller bird around. One that may have to fly very short, not very, but shorter distances, like from tree to tree, instead of like gliding over miles.
It's a really weirdly specific request. Make a perception check.
Okay. I have my reasons.
I know you do.
Okay. It's not fantastic. That's a 14, sir.
You do not see any such birds that meet your requirement.
Bummer. I will look for any other bird then. That's a shame.
Finding a bird you can do.
Okay. If you would give me a second, I can try to find more information about where they might come from. But I can't promise anything. And Cannon is just gonna like interrupt my fucking short rest so I don't get my health back.
Oh, it's 20 minutes. You can wait 20 minutes.
That's a weirdly specific thing for Nikolai to say.
Sit down. Just wait 20 more minutes. Come on.
Wait 20 minutes. Just finish the
No.
sandwich.
Come on, Mom. 20 more minutes, please.
No, it was a question asked of her at the time, and it's a question she could answer. So, yeah, she already said it. So,
It's
in a couple
happening.
minutes, I will.
Sorry, I've lost track of time. What's the situation with the sun like?
It's dark? No, it's not true. It's perfectly in the middle of the day.
It's like,
It's
yeah, it's like
almost noon.
o'clock.
Okay, Lars is just keeping an eye on he's listening on the conversation, but he's just looking out over the road, just checking if anything.
Wait a second. It's almost noon.
It'll be noon at the end of the short rest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of like takes a deep breath while standing up. Here I was trying to rest. Kind of walks out of the area a little bit, and
You
we'll
don't
just
have
start making bird noises to try and get the attention of the bird first.
Okay.
To get its attention first.
Mm-hmm. Simple enough to do.
Okay. Does it seem like it has kind of peaked for a second?
Yeah, you've got its attention.
Okay. I would like to try and coax it to come towards me and like land on my arm.
Okay. Animal handling check.
16.
Alright.
12 plus 4.
You do manage to Disney princess this bird down to your arm.
Okay. And this is where I lose the short rest. I will cast Speak with Animals.
Okay. Go see what the average intelligence of just the most generic bird stat block is I can find.
Okay, I said to double check the spell. So it lasts for 10 minutes. Alright. And I'm not ritually casting it. I am using a slot.
Yep. Okay, so it's got an intelligence of 2.
Okay. That's better than 1.
Yeah, and then surprisingly wise. Surprisingly wise.
Yes. Yes. Well, yeah, birds know all about, nature. They don't know about time. It's not a bear.
Fair.
Or a bee.
But okay. So it kind of like lands on her wrist. And the rest of the party just kind of hears me chirping like a bird. It's just, kind of goes
Squeak, and squeak.
Yeah.
Basically.
I'll ask I'll try I keep them simple, so it's easier. I will ask the bird first. How was your day? Are you hungry?
Man, if I had slightly more time, I'd have a goofy voice mod for this. I should really just have a generic one for squeaky animal voices. Actually, hang on, there is one. There's a squirrel one. Let me go quickly grab that.
No.
You want to talk to animals, this is what you get.
What a way to end the session.
Is it worth it to interrupt the short rest?
Priorities.
We'll see what comes of it. Well, it's not interrupting y'all's short rest, just mine. So are you hungry?
Yes, hungry.
Oh my god.
Okay. I will take my other hand and basically break off like part of a. Actually, no, I will take my boot and I will try and just kick my foot down in through the snow and into the dirt. And to try and make fresh soil, like pop up, like to kick everything out of the way.
Okay. Yeah, I
I'll
mean,
roll if you want me to.
No.
But
You're a big girl, and you know this weather. You can take a little time and find a good spot and just get some fresh soil.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna ask, and then afterwards, I will make sure that you get fresh food. Do you know of the monsters?
Oh, this is a bat with bread sort of situation.
Yes.
How many moon cycles have they been here?
Wow, this bird is just killing it.
1.
1. Did you see where they came from?
I'm just gonna keep on the dice. This is an odds and evens one, though. If it's odds, it doesn't. If it's evens, it does. Yep, this bird's just killing it today.
Hole. From hole.
I could not understand the squirrel mod. What did you say?
Shame. It said hole from hole.
From hole. From hole. Very good. I will give you extra food. You are very smart. Which way is hole?
You're really pushing your luck on this bird knowledge.
I mean, they know north and south.
They do. Yeah. South.
Maybe not as north and south, but they know directions in their own way.
It'll hop around on your forearm and stare off in a somewhat southwesternly direction.
Mm-hmm. Mm. You are wonderful.
Food?
Hmm.
Food now?
One more, and then plenty of food. Is there swarm? You know, and then Kenna will mimic Kenna's gonna mimic the noise of a raven, because raven swarms or raven flocks.
Mm-hmm.
Or a murder of crows is, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm trying to
I do.
say.
I do.
because they'll know what type of animal is like them that will group up in a large number.
Yeah. So let me clarify. Did you dumb down the question to is it a swarm, or were you asking a number?
Yeah. Nope. Basically just trying to get a lot or a little.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as in I'm interpreting like, you know, like just a small group, right? Which when you look at like a power line, sometimes there's like 4 or 5 birds on it, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you look at like a certain area and, you know, like pigeons, and there's
Mm-hmm.
squads, dude. There's, you know, so that's,
yeah, I mean, yeah, you don't have to explain it to me, the person, just, you know, it's whether or not the bird has the capacity. It's just going to look up at you with a head tilt and just...
She'll ask, flock or no flock?
Flock.
Okay. Well, now you get food.
Food, yes. Now.
And I will put the bird down kind of on the ground.
It begins hopping around in the circle excitedly.
I will take a knee and I will actually start just scooping out as much earth as I can to get down to fresh for it to pick for bugs and critters that would be trying to hide from the cold by burrowing into the dirt.
Mm-hmm. While you're digging, the bird just does hoppy circles around you the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
And then after you've gotten a little bit, it stops where your hands are scooping out mounds of dirt and begins watching. And then when the first signs of the first wigglies show up, it just begins diving in.
We'll just do one little pet down from its head to its tail and then enjoy, and I will walk away.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't say another word. It is feasting. Yep.
And we'll sit down cross-legged. And then in common, not in bird. Well, my little friend, there is a flock of them to the southwest. They've been there for 1 moon cycle, and they came from a hole.
How big of a flock?
It's a bird, Gwen. It doesn't know numbers.
But it knows size.
But if it came from a hole, it very might as well just be the ground. I mean, that's, I suppose, yes.
When I see flocks of birds, especially tiny ones, that means it could be anywhere from, I don't know, 10 to 30.
In any case, we have a position on where these things are coming from. We can either decide to deal with it or carry on and notify the Stanholm authorities.
Dyer, this ridge, how far forward does it go?
Like how far, like down the road?
Yeah, like how far down the map does it go?
It curves off, like out of sight on the map. But it curves off. It's only raised. It only goes like maybe another 75, 100 feet out of view, and then it kind of just curves back down.
Well, we have vantage points, or at least a vantage point.
Alright. I will not spend hit die. I will not regain wild shape, but we do know direction and where they came from and how long they've been here, which is 1 moon cycle, so either 2 days or 1 day.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there's a way we can funnel them to us.
Well, let's finish our quick rest here and go forward a bit.
I'm so tired, but I do hope we don't run into even more trouble.
No, we're currently looking for trouble.
Yep.
Yes, but
There are monsters that we are trying to
later,
kill.
not- Later, not sooner.
I feel like if you don't want to fight monsters, you should probably go back where you came from.
No. I just can't focus as much. I'd like at least a little more rest, but we don't have time.
Well, come, sit for a bit.
Sit for a bit. 5 minutes goes by. Okay, rest done.
Yep.
Because this is the tail end of it. It's wrapping up right around now.
Oh, perfect.
With the end of the session. Because that's where we're going to stop. So you guys can figure out what you want to make your plan to possibly deal with something next week. Please spitball ideas. It's probably a good idea. For those of you that were taking a short rest, now is your chance to roll hit dice. You should probably do so. But
So did
Such
we
a
even
shame. I rolled so well.
womp womp.
I'm gonna spend all my hit dice, probably.
Oh, that's really bad news considering you guys have 3 more encounters ahead of you.
Yep. Well, at least I have all my hit die now.
That wasn't even a monster fight encounter.
3 more combat encounters?
No, you got one. You have one monster encounter ahead of this one, and then an exploration, and then a social.
Yeah. So we have 3 more fighting encounters. Got it.
With your luck. Make friends? No. Kill everything? Yep.
Murder host.
We made friends.
We made a friend.
Yep. I mean, I guess the bird counts as a friend.
Yeah,
What?
we 3. Well,
What, these guys don't like us because Nikolai couldn't remember their names?
I mean,
that how it is?
let's be honest. That's probably at least a slight problem. Yeah.
We're doomed to never have any friends.
They're gonna talk about it later. Been working for the Overguard family for the last 20 years of my life, and this snot-nosed kid can't even remember my name.
Big oof.
We're never gonna make any
he's
friends.
been
guys.
okay. There's gonna be also a little note of like, man, that kid is pale for no reason.
He's not gonna question the weird things you get into. He's not paid to be your babysitter. If you want to go off and do crazy drugs in the mountains with a bunch of druid people, that's your problem. He was just told to come bring your scrawny butt home.
He's just got a lot of
He's
got
going
a
to take you off your bender.
Rich people.
time to go to rehab, huh?
Alright, well, let's wrap up.
Yep. Well, I guess that's about it. So everyone get your short rest done. For those of you that got them. Prepare next week for whatever you think you're going to end up trying to do with your reconnaissance and inevitable monster encounter, because there's probably going to be one. Just remember, just because there are monsters involved does not mean you have to fight and kill them all. Granted, maybe you want to. Maybe you don't.
I am going to, as the rest is, I'm actually going to hit myself with the cure wounds. Consider.
Word.
You're gonna do what?
Because hit myself with the cure wounds. Ooh, baby, that's a 7, and I get to roll another d8 because my level 6. Oh, that's another 7. I'm doing 7s all day.
Nice. Yeah, that level 6 feature is actually super good.
My level 1 cure wounds just got me 18 health.
Nice.
That went so quick. Did that game?
Yeah. And that was only 1 bullet point on leg 1.
Not even.
Yep.
What do you expect of us, you know?
This is just an arc where we just trying to survive to get to
Yeah, I mean, it literally is. That's kind of the point. And imagine this is only going to be about a week's travel time, a little bit more. And then traveling to Harbor is quite literally like 3 of these.
I won't be able to get.
Nah, we're getting carriages and shit for Harbor.
Yeah.
Traveling in style to the capital.
Or, teleportation circle, if you can afford it.
Huh.
I don't know. Would the Overguards have one?
There's one installed at every capital of every duchy for the sake of being able to get to when there are council meetings, a council mage comes through the teleportation circle to bring representatives back to the council. Instead of going, yes, we have a council meeting. Well, you better spend the next month traveling here, and then spend the next month traveling back home. Nah, they have level 20 characters there. They ain't got time to wait for punk nobles to show up. They're like, you're on our time. So they teleport people in.
Especially the ones at the end of the kingdom, because like,
We're still alive.
Do they know who they're talking to? God damn it.
And besides, Nikolai's father is actually a pretty powerful individual. Like, you know.
Yeah.
Are we still alive, Dyer?
Yes, we are. I was actually just about to say the goodbye things. Because I have to at least minimum do that, which I'll make it quick because we've been sitting here like just shooting the breeze. So that's the end of the session. We're gonna pick up next week there as we continue on down the adventure roadmap to Stenholm. There's gonna be more fighting in the future, surprise. I mean, maybe you guys decide to avoid it. Doesn't seem to be your style so far, but we'll see. I guess we'll find out next week. Otherwise, thank you guys for playing. Thanks to you for watching. Ryan, make sure to tell Charlotte we're going to miss our #1 viewer. And otherwise, we'll catch you next week. And as suggested, regardless of how often the players take the advice, I guess, you know, stay frosty.